Alrighty. Let's see. We're going to turn it down.
Hate losing a coding flow to set up CI/CD configurations? Me too. JetBrains recently released TeamCity Pipelines, the new CI/CD solution with
Alrighty. So, today, I got to finish up an assignment for digital animation game design. We have an assignment for making a dungeon crawler. We get a month. This is the second coding class they offer. Game Programming 1 is what they call it. The first one is Introduction to Programming. And yeah, let's hop right into it. So I'll give you guys a view into what I was doing last night on this. Now I have more than enough of the requirements. There's like one or two bugs that are a little finicky, but mainly I decided, okay, I'm gonna make a boss. So this is the head, and then we have left leg and right leg. So let's go. Yep, so there's like the left leg, so on and so forth. So the reason I made these different images is making a boss like this, where your legs are collidable. You can walk under him, so that's kind of neat. And then his legs are removable. So, of course, he wouldn't have that low of health, but that is what's on the agenda today for Java. Then we're going to take a short break and move on to Python once this is completely finished. So albeit 6 hours, 12 hours, probably not, but we'll see. So how I did this so far is we have a class for the legs. The bool is left is right. That's going to load in the texture depending. That's part of the constructor position, which leg it is. We just set the widths to 50 here. Yeah, probably not good to hard code it. It is what it is. If I wanted little spiders, we can get around that later. We got a defense stat. We can bump this up in time after testing. Yada yada. We got body, same difference. Has an image, has some stats, and here we got like the actual container, right? So notice boss is just exactly that, a bucket. Where body and leg, they are a game object that are held inside this one bucket, so that we really care about this and what is inside it and how to maneuver it. So a couple things that I would like to do. A good boss has several states. So different layers, so to speak, of the and so I'm thinking it might be hard, might be very hard processing, and I might not have time for this being due tonight. But this is the idea. What if this spider drops down from the ceiling? The ceiling, right? Because it's top down. So it just kind of drops down from the top. Lands, and then he does like a slow meander chase. Right? So you can call the meander chase state 1. Then spitting little sticky globs of web, right? Like hits the player, gonna slow him down, so on and so forth. And then a third state where he chooses a direction and just slams. Now, the legs being detachable, that does provide more states. We want to keep the scope low at the moment, and this is something that I can absolutely return to. Yeah, it's an assignment, but I mean, it's game design, right? So, looking here, I set up some of the boilerplate yesterday where, hey, we add these legs to a list, this is added to the stack, and then these things actually die off outside of this function. And only thing that survives is the list itself. This is checking for, hey, is the leg alive? This is drawing this stuff. And the body itself also needs collision. What I'm thinking is, first and foremost, if the creature has legs, when you shoot the body, it hurts the legs. Makes more sense to me. That way you can't just, oh, I killed the center and he lives. No, I think you hit the body, you kill the legs. When there's no legs, you damage the body. And I haven't wrote any collision code for this part yet, so let's get right to it. Let's set down my mouse, because I got no table. I got a keyboard on my lap, mouse that I move around on my lap as well. So here, let's call a function called check collision. Now inside game object, we have this function available to us that I created called check collision state. It's a Boolean return type. Go like this. You'll see it expects parameters like collision state game object. So here we can put in player. But this returns a Boolean. There's no point in just like leaving it like this. So what we really want to do is say, yo, if this is the case, do something. So in this case, all this collision code is going to do is stop the player from moving and potentially damage the player, which I think is something I messed up here. So if we look here, we have this player.apply fix and then fix overlap. This function here was given by the teacher, and I'm going to look deeper into this exact function, especially for the Python that I was programming yesterday. This understanding how to apply a fix in a collision case for AABB collision, which is axis aligned bounding box. This is the real meat and potatoes, right? Like, how do you, when this collision happens, how do you resolve it? And so we're going to put this here. That keeps the player from moving forward. And we need to do like a do damage function on both of these. So here, and we're gonna lower this down for now. Call it like 10. Should be able to just say I do damage like this. And okay, so yeah, do damage does not exist. I believe it's under system. So system, yep, right here, do damage expects parameters like game object and game object. So I believe in this case, we're talking about the aggressor and the target. And similarly, we're gonna go over here. Now, one thing I just realized, it is kind of nice that you can go under the spider. If I do it like this, you cannot go under the spider. In fact, this would hurt you to attempt such, right? So I touch the leg, notice how the health goes. Oh, that is actually kind of interesting. Oh, common, right? Like we made this system. We actually never called it. Oh, if we go like this, right down that middle, he's gonna Wow, I wonder where his actual collision part is. Is it back here? Yeah, it is. So can we like hide under the belly of the spider and not take damage? No, I might keep it like that. That's pretty neat, honestly. And so we want the bow to actually be able to interact with the body. That part in my game logic is actually over here in Game Manager. So we want to find the Game Manager section. Notice I commented out this. I do this just so we don't have to worry about like enemies spamming us while we test a boss. Simple stuff like that. Notice here, we go, hey, for leg L in boss legs, check collision. Very similar. We would just say, clear bow, clear.bow, check collision state, and here we would just go boss.bow. Because this isn't a list, this is just a thing. And so now we'll just target the body real quick, and this should kill off the body and leave the legs. Oh, I think his defense is super high. let me take a look here. There's body. Yeah, he's got some pretty high defense, pretty high health. Let's go like this. Over here. Interesting. Nice. Alright. Interesting. We are calculating edges. Let's go back over to Game Manager. Playerbow.check collision boss.body. Let's go over to arrow. Check collision state, takes in the target. As long as the health is over 0. Plays a sound, sets a knockback. Does some damage. Subtracts their health. I suppose one very simple way to test if this is actually hitting is this is calculate edges, check the collision. This guy. Let's print out his health inside drawable here. So we'll just go print line. He's got 10 health. Let's come to his rear end here. Oh, right. So it is working, but we forgot the most important thing. The most important thing. When he dies, what do? We have to remove him. So simple check. Like right here, we got like a check leg health. We can also do like a void check body health. If body.health is less than or equal to 0, body equals null. Not exactly sure what that's going to do. Well, we're about to find out. I believe, as the old folk used to say, fuck around and find out. So, let's see. Right in the blood. Ah, no pointer. right, because we're still calling this, which is should be fine. One easy way to go about this, even though we don't need a list of bodies, why not, right? Because if we have a list of bodies and that list is just one, that's perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable, in fact, because that allows us to be a little bit more, a little safer in a lot of ways. Because when this list is here, when it's not, basically what I'm trying to say is, when we remove from the list can still exist, and it's easier to remove than make null. If I do like an is active is false, it's technically still there. This is very much better. So let's do it like that. So we'll just do, so this is like an add legs. We're just gonna do one add body. And this is just in case we wanted in the future be like, hey, it'd be cool if we had like 7 spiders of different sizes. You know, whatever. So let's do body B is new body, and I believe we had like 200 here is just the position. And we would do body dot add B, boom, is in the list. Chuck him right here by the constructor, right inside the constructor. And then down here, instead of having something like this, we could say for int I is 0. Now the reason I'm using this for loop instead of the other one, you can't iterate through the other type of list and remove from it. I'm not sure why. To be honest, to me it seems like it should be perfectly reasonable to do, but you can't. So I'm going to say body B is body that get I if B dot health will sum equal to 0. Then we're going to come over here and say body dot remove. Okay, so boom, we have this going on. No need for this shit here. So just have like a nice little check body health. Just see, I'm probably missing like a thingamabob somewhere. Oh yep, I see it. Gotta love not Visual Studio. I mean, I do not prefer this IDE. This is kind of a strange thing. So anyway, we got like the check body health, and this body dot drawable, we can just do this type of for loop. So like for body B, body B dot drawable, perfectly reasonable. We're just gonna kind of shift these around a little bit. Yep, no, this should be fine. So, right, so this is where that one collision check we just did, we want to just do something exactly similar here. So we're like, yo, for body B, and false dot body. And here, we're going to be checking for this with the B guy. This is when the boat collides, or this is when the arrow collides with the monster. Then over here, we have this, and it says, hey, if that body's health is less than 0, remove him from the list. And when he's removed from the list, he would no longer draw. Even though we only need one body, this is why it's useful having a list. So it would be like, hey, hit him in the butt. And right, so the main thing is we only want that body when it takes damage and has legs to hurt the legs. Not as tricky as it sounds, really. So especially since over here, this is where we handle a lot of this stuff. So notice how we have, hey, for body B, blah 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 blah, this. This can only happen if this size is 0. So like, for example, oh, well actually, it's not, I didn't say that quite right? Because if this could only happen if this size was 0, then this would never happen. We want this to happen. We just, when this happens and this size is not 0, then this takes damage, not this. So over here inside of boss, take a look. So with the legs, you know, they can take damage, checks for collision. There's, they got like their booleans or whatnot. Same here for body. We kind of want to like connect them, bridge them in some way. And so here, this is fine, yada yada. But when body takes damage, if there is legs, so this check collision says that body takes damage. And over here, boss, we go, hey, this is body, this is his health, so on and so forth. Over here, we kind of want to do a thing. How do we want to go about that? Let's try this. So void, I'm gonna call this verify legs. I know we have like a check legs up there, like check leg health, and then I'm making like a verify. Probably can have this in the same function, but what we're gonna do is, honestly, probably are gonna have the same function, but I want a theory craft right here for a second. So we're gonna grab our legs, not even, we just need this part. Let's try it. So like, if legs dot size is greater than 0, then if we take collision, so, or if body health gets hit, right? Because the way my game is set up, this here is this, and I don't want to reset this at all. I like how this works, so we want to work around this. So what's happening is target health is subtracted. Target in this case is body. If legs is greater than, we would simply do a for loop for body. So we're gonna grab this. So for body B, body, if how do I want to say this? Because it's like, if we have more legs, so legs are greater than 0, for the bodies I have, b.health equals health, right? Like we don't want his health to disappear. So just gonna make like a simple float here for a second. Going to call it max health. So we want b.health to stay equal to max health. It would be b.max health in this case. What's going on here? mismatch. Guess health is a integer. Who wouldn't know? Yeah, so we're gonna keep his health the same, and then we're just gonna say how are we gonna grab that data? Like verify like, hey, we are hit. So this is coming out here. We hit the body. The body goes, hey, we got legs. My health stays the same. Let's go back to arrow. So we're gonna do the damage. This actually might work too. It's worth checking. So we could simply, and this might be actually a little different and better. So the way that why I have this, the chest in the game and the item it holds are the same object with different states. And if you were to shoot the chest, it would open up, and I noticed you could still shoot the item. So I just make the item have no health and have this check, and then the arrow can't actually hit it. We could do the same thing with the monster, however, then you would have to hit the legs. Hitting the body would go right through it, yada yada yada. When all legs are defeated, then body would actually gain health and you could hit it. I don't really like that solution. It seems like a bad workaround, honestly. Now this workaround's gonna be a little tricky. We almost want a boolean here I can pass. So if this, can I grab arrow? I think it's from player. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this chunk here. We're gonna do something a little unorthodox, but if player.bow that's not gonna be quite right, so for arrow A in bow.arrows, player.bow.arrows, something like that. And then we're gonna try this. It doesn't mind it. We're gonna check this state. If this is colliding, keep his max health the same. Alright, so if we have more than for body, or if we still have legs. Oh, hey there. How are you doing? I'm just doing some Java stuff. Glad you could join me this morning. Yeah, we're building a nice little spider boss here. Chop off his legs. So let's see. For I kind of want that for arrow. That for might be a little backwards. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna push him up here. That way it's like, hey, for however many arrows I have, if the legs is greater than 0, for my body, if this collision state is true, this happens, and then we need to damage legs. Which leg would it damage? That's actually That's actually something I never even thought about. Grab that. Come over here. And we're just going to say grab that and go like that. But we want this to actually be within the realms of my system.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Apple Card is a no-fee credit card
so,
that gives you daily
yeah,
cash
this
back
ID
every
is
day.
called
That's
processing.
3% cash
It's,
back at Apple and 2%
it's something I
back
have to
on
use
every
in school
purchase made with
often.
Apple Card using Apple
So,
Pay. Apply for Apple
if we
Card
go
in
like
the Wallet
this,
app on your iPhone today.
it's
Subject to credit
unfortunately
approval.
it's
Variable
Java.
APRs for Apple Card range from 18.24%
Later
to
today we'll be
28.49%
working on
based
some
on
Python
creditworthiness.
stuff.
Rate as of
And
January 1st,
sometime next week we'll
2025.
be
Apple Card issued
doing
by
some C++
Goldman Sachs Bank
stuff.
USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more
But
at applecard.com.
processing here, this has some interesting stuff. It's got some libraries, good things. I'm actually using tables and a hash map. Yeah, it's interesting. It handles your window opening and closing. It also it's fairly easy to use. Like coming from C++ and simple fast multimedia library, this is like C++ on easy mode. Where Python yesterday was like convoluted. Oh my gosh. So here we're gonna do system. So player.system do damage. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And then we want to do player and target. In this case would be legs. So we're gonna come over here and we're gonna say player is the aggressor and L is the target. So just to reiterate, we want to make sure that when we have a body, so if the spider body exists, hurt legs, or well, if spider, that makes sense. Yeah, if spider body exists, hurt legs until no legs. So we kind of just make sure his health stays the same, and that this happens. Let's check some stuff out. So do file save, open it up. I'm gonna come over to his butt because that seemed to be an easier target. It did kill one leg. I wonder if that's because of a straight arrow. Oh, you know, it's funny. It was a straight arrow because we were never doing that. Let's go right here. Common beginner mistakes. Let's see. Okay. Not quite. Not quite. One thing I'm gonna do is right here. And just simply down here. Then up in here, so when this happens, body takes damage. want to verify this is happening. Print line, body health. So, from what I can tell, we're actually not reaching that. So, let's verify legs thing. Let's try changing this around a little bit. Here. If for the next one will be here-ish. Ish. Should see at least has legs here. Oops, that's true. So we're hitting this part. We don't hit that part. Take a look here. I think this is taking a precedent. You know, there's also that there. That might actually, I mean, I can hope at least. Because I believe what's happening is B. So if A is colliding with B, there you go. This is set based off this. If that is yes, this is just an enumerator return type. Or yeah, that's an enumerator return type over here in game object. Then you know, we keep his health the same. We're gonna print that still. We definitely want to see this happening. Oh, I hit the butt. Right. I see 10. Still see 10. That seemed to work. Let's try one more time. Looks like we go right through his tuchus. Looks like it hurt every single leg. So instead of like grabbing, being like, yo, for each leg, do some damage on it. I think, how do we want to do this? One leg needs to take damage. How about the first leg in the list every time? Just do that. Grab it out of the for loop. So I'm pretty sure the list should resize. I'm not positive on that. Yeah. Now his tuchus, he's got like kind of a weird hitbox. Let's check him out. So we have his position, his width, got his calculate edges. We can go over here in game object real quick. And we're gonna check out enemy as well. Actually, this might be fine. we set that like that there. It doesn't seem accurate, but could be fine. Let's see. Textures, particles, yada yada. Calculating. Let's check out the enemy. So texture, positions, half width, half height. We don't need a Tassin. He just has the default game object size. Have some health, projectiles. Yeah, I mean, he looks fine. Oh, so originally, I was teaching myself C# back in 2018, 2019, and using a lot of Unity, and I loved it. It was a good thing. Before that, I actually took a class in Python in 2017, and I failed it. I failed it twice. I was working third shift, whatnot, but still, I didn't do too good at it. And I told myself I would never program again. So this isn't for me. But it is. It is because I love to problem solve. And yeah, so I fell in love with C#, and I taught myself C. I was trying to make a Game Boy game. And that, in 2024, right after I was teaching myself C, I started to learn C++ because the game design school that I go to, they teach C++ for the introduction. And I loved it. And I was also doing, it was sometime in like 2022, 2021 that I revisited Python and got a better handle on it. And was making some very, very simple things in Pygame. Java is what they teach for the secondary intro to coding class that I didn't take. And they also teach Java in the Game Programming 1, which is the second programming class, 255 for the digital animation game design program here at Ferris. And so yeah, I mean, to me, Java and C# are like C++ on easy mode, and C is C++ on hard mode, and Python is, I mean, Python, it's kind of like Java in some ways, except you don't have semicolons and everything is weird. If that makes any sense. Things are just not as they seem. So cool, right? Like, we can hit legs, we can hit the body hurts legs, then damage happens to body. This is a pretty decent system what we have. But it's boring, right? He just kind of sits there. We don't want that. And to describe the three states, right? We wanted, Control A, delete that. We're gonna go and paint bucket, grab this. We want three states. One state that is going to be, I look at you and just kind of like meander, right? Like we're gonna go this way, we're gonna go this way. We're looking at you, we're just being kind of like a creepy spider going like this. So that's state number one. State number two, I want him to spit like a nasty sticky web at the player. And he's gonna get kind of like a slow, right? And state number three, he's gonna kind of like wind up. You ever see a cat pounce on something? That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like a little wind up and bah! And so we want those three states. How I have things set up for this boilerplate stuff, because this has been quite the project. We get a month to make a dungeon crawler, and so inside of GameObject we have this thing called System Mechanics, and we also have a whatchamacallit, states. Now states isn't directly, I believe, inside GameObject. Pretty sure about that. Yeah, so states isn't part of system, states isn't part of the system. It's not part of the base object. However, if we look here at enemy, we have states. Each enemy has different states, and over here in my state machines tab, what I generally do is I go, hey, I wonder. I think that might be in a couple of places. We'll double check that. Yeah, no, it's not. That's fine. So we go, hey, this state machine's here. This is for all of this stuff here. Set the font, yada yada. This is like the game loop. And so we have like, for the update, all this loop stuff going on. That way inside of here, we just go, hey, states update, and that's the entire game. Under that, we got like the enemy state machines, and the way I've set this up is we got a class that determines what the actual function of the state is. So right, ghost state, game state, yada yada. Then we have enumerators to just really keep things concise and informative. So like down here I have a enumerator that I can call to play the different sounds. This was a very fun system to set up. That it allows things like, hey, stop the sound, sound name.game, so on and so forth. Play sound, that type of thing. And even in like the like enemy here, we have a name that's like, hey, sound name.enemy hit. And that way, this would actually play upon collision. Because if we look here inside the arrow, depending on if the target has health and this collision state is reached, we take in the target's name to stop the sound and play the sound. And this keeps things simple. That way I'm like, oh, I'm hitting a wall, I want the wall sound to play. And I don't have to have like a big if statement here. I just say, hey, whatever the target's name is for the sound, stop and play that sound. Kind of a neat system, honestly. Regardless, back to state machines, we should make a enumerator for the boss and his 3 states. Now, it doesn't just have to be 3 states. This is just for sake of time. And as I said earlier, I can always go back to this game. I can always improve upon it. I mean, this would be a nice portfolio piece if it has a lot more polish. So here, we're going to make an enumerator, and we're going to call this boss state. And the 3 states I described is like a meander, so we're just going to call it meander. And then we have a spit. I'm going to call that like spit web. And then we have like opponents. And I'm going to end it in a comma, just because it's like, oh, later on I want to do something, yada yada. I don't have to sit there and add another comma. Just kind of being nice to my future self. So yep, okay, we got a boss state, and then we actually want to make a class over here as well. This is just the way I've been doing it. This isn't the only way, just the way I kind of decompartmentalize these different features. So here, okay, we want, we'll call it like boss state machine, right? And inside here, we want a, we call that boss state. So just boss state. I'm going to make the constructor boss state machine. Oh yeah, there's a capital right there. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of reference up here, just check what we got going on. So it looks like I set the initial in a lot of these. So just double checking. Yep, so like we set the initial for that enemy state. For ghost state, looks like we set the initial. Fine and dandy. So here, we're going to do like state dot. I think it's just state equals boss state dot meander. Just checking here. Meander does not exist. Oh, mander. Menander. Aha. That's one thing I prefer Visual Studio over this, is even though it's nice to code in a different IDE, this doesn't have autocomplete. And so I'm not very used to being like, oh, I need this function, let's keep it in my head exactly, and then when you have like a spelling error because you have no autocomplete, it's just a pain in the ass. So Visual Studio 1, processing 0. Let's make a state. I'm going to call this track current state. So this function here is just going to track some stuff for us. And we're going to say if state is boss state dot meander. And we're going to do some stuff. Copy paste this. So boom, boom, and this one we call pounce. And up here was spit or spit web. Now notice up here we take in usually a enemy type and this as well. Similarly here, sometimes we take in a target. I think this is likely to the extent we're going to do, but also as I was building this I realized you don't really need to reference the target as players global, such as life. So this argument type should be fine, of course. So we don't want it to be enemy type 2, we want it to be boss. Now it should be fine. It very much should be fine to have it as just something like this. Let's see, is this thing? Yep, okay, parameters not used. That's fine. This is fine. Because we don't want it in the constructor. That's my bad, especially delta times constructor. Can you imagine? So we want it here. And over in boss, we don't care about the body, we don't care about the legs. This is the container. He should have the state machine. In fact, he shouldn't have the state machine. You can make that argument and it should be the body, because body can't die until legs are gone. And so this is actually the main brain, so to speak. So here, we can go boss state machine. Just call it states. Hello, hello. How are you this morning? And up here we'll click states equals new boss state machine. Just like that. And inside the actual update here, so we're gonna have to make a nice little update for this guy. And kind of show you the structure in which I've been doing this. So we have like update, we'll pass in delta time, and just go, hey, states dot track current state. And inside here, it wants a reference to the boss and to the delta time. Now, due to a short site, we actually want this to be body, because it does make more sense for that, since he would technically be the brain of this thing. And so here we could just pass in this and then delta time, and that should be perfectly fine. And the reason we pass in this is, if we notice how I've been setting this up, these functions are made inside of the enemies themselves. But this track is based off of the state machine. It's a little cattywampus, it's circular dependency. But it's decoupled. It's okay. And so up here, of course, we're going to want a void for the pounce, we're going to want a void for the spit web. And I'm just trying to remember what we called the other one real quick. Let's see. What's it called? Meander, right? Void meander. So these are functions we would fill out. And so over here back in state machines, here we would just go like, hey, boss meander boss spit web and boss bounce. That's a function. All right, so one thing to keep in mind is delta time is likely going to be part of all of this, straight up, without a doubt. The other thing is we don't have to rewrite much. Not much at all. So we're going to go this. The reason being is if the body's going to spit, I have an enemy type built up already. He's like a bat. He spits like little globulars. And if we look over here at enemy, it has a projectile class. Now we load in a very specific texture, yada yada yada. There's two ways to go about this, and honestly, we're gonna go the easy way. Well, it depends what you figure is easy. So one way you could copy paste this and you could send it over. That could be easy. I mean, yeah, you could. I'm actually just gonna have a boolean here. And this boolean, you're gonna say is boss. So when we pass this stuff in, I'm actually going to take in a boolean is boss up here and say is boss, or in this case it would be this, because if you have names that repeat, you need to reference which one is which. So we want to set this. If it's not the boss, then this is going to be the texture. So the original texture. If it is the boss, then we're going to want a different texture. Now, I think it's going to be about 25-ish. It'll be roundabouts where we're at for sprites. So that sounds, yeah, okay, right. So this is here. Call this web. We could add it like this. This is kind of a nice robust system at this point, where I can just keep adding to this. What happens is on the constructor, so if we come up here, it loads in the sprite sheets. This is not to do with much really, other than the floors. But the setup here, it hits. If we take a look at setup, it goes, hey, name. Okay, well, what's name? Name right here goes, hey, give me a name. I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna look for this assets folder. I'm gonna add the concatenate that string name to it, and then concatenate .png after. And we're gonna add this path to our path, and then this string dies. This dies out of scope of this function. Then it's gonna happen again and again. Then after we do that, we go, hey, init textures, which is down here. It says, hey, for however big I am, so add or subtract from me, does not matter. We're gonna find the file path at starting at 0, going all the way down. and we're going to add texture. Add texture goes, hey, give me a file path. I'm going to create a temporary image, and then we're going to store it inside your list of textures, or your list of P images. And then I just do like a get texture guy that I give it an index, and it gives a texture. So that's why we can just go like this at this point. Now, of course, right, like we need to come in here in a sprite and make like a short little web. I am no artist, so what I'm gonna do is go like this. So we just start with like a nice little white, and then I'm gonna delete some stuff. We need this to look like a web. Nice little sticky web. I'm thinking kind of like a Minecraft-esque web-ish thing. So we're just deleting some of these.
Choose to follow your instincts.
Not
Every Mazda is designed to feel like it was made just for you.
quite a web yet. Like this. Similarly, we're gonna come this way. Yeah, it's starting to look kind of funky. Yep. So that method was not working out. Let's go like this. Nice little web ball thing. Like this. Ba, 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 ba. Similarly for this corner. Just a little. You know what? We'll try another angle. That actually might help our cause. Yeah, looks decent enough. So we'll control X that, control new, boom, paste it. That way, actually we'll even go like this. I kind of like to have my sprites the size of the colliding box, so I don't have to worry about stuff. Now, of course, like if we wanted this to be like a poison web, no, just add some green to it. Some like nasty gooey. Different things like that. You can add little flourishes. As I said before, I'm not much of an artist. I'm learning, as we all are in this nice little game of life. So I'm gonna export. I'm gonna come over here, and this is like my folder. These I'll have to show you guys here in a second. We call that web. So export. Right. The reason this didn't work is, remember above, we're now passing in a boolean. Is this the boss, or is it? So, what I wanted to show, go back in credits. This guy here, he helped with a lot of the character art. I got a lot of my music and sound from Open Game Art. One of the songs I did get from Machias, Varun Singreddy, he is my teacher. He provided the keyboard class, he provided a lot of the collision code that I use inside GameObject, he provided the camera class, so I cite him as senior developer here, and then myself. Just a nice little shout out to, and very likely, I'm in school. He's not expecting, give me credit, but it's a nice thing to do. If you don't do something, why take credit for it? Now the rest of it I built relatively from scratch. And I mean relatively, just because a lot of the lessons he provided really gave understanding the game update pattern. And even though like over here in game object, I did create like a interesting enumerator collision return type stuff instead of return false, return true. I just do like a yes no. It's interesting. Yeah, I got some funny comments here too. From the Enum Graveyard, I played the spell card. Just kidding, but yeah, that's what return type this function is neat enough. With that said, I got on a bit of a tangent, but we have the web now, and so over here in enemies projectile class, we're checking, hey, we're either this or we're this, and so now that projectile thing we can actually use. Notice we use like an array list, probably best. So we're gonna come down here and do this. We're gonna go, hey, we want an array list of projectiles. I wonder if I call it projectile or projectiles. We'll see. And we're gonna call it web. Yeah, looks fine. And then up here in the constructor, we'll just say, yo, web is equal a new array list. You can just leave it like this in Java, which is kind of nice, but I like to be a little more descriptive. I mean, why not? It makes things easier to read. So it's like, oh, this is an array list, but is it an array list of what? And you got scroll. Yeah. Now, if you're working on a team, this is probably best practice. So we need a shoot function. We're gonna do void shoot, and yeah, I could just copy this over from the enemy, but might as well think about like the logic here, right? So when we shoot, we need to add something to the list, and so here we would say, yo, projectile. I'm gonna call it P is a new projectile. What does this take in? It says projectile does not exist. Let's try go like that. Looks like something may be spelled wrong. Try it up like this as well. And we're gonna go over here to enemy. Seems okay, seems reasonable. I wonder, I just want to double check that that is indeed spelled correctly. Yeah, seems correct. Now, I think the reason why it's doing this is it's like, hey, we got things to put in that constructor, and I know that. But I was hoping it would actually tell us what it is, kind of like Visual Studio would. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So we'll just come up here to projectile and go, okay, we need an X, a Y, an angle, and a boss. Or are we boss? So over here, we'll do like a float angle just for now. We do have a position, in a sense. It is the boss position. So for, we'll do body B and body. Our projectile, he's gonna be, boom, he's gonna be B dot offset X and B dot offset Y. We're gonna pass in an angle that has no value, and we're gonna call this true. And what else does this thing say? Body does not exist. Well, that's because we're in body, if I'm not mistaken. So that's funny. So we'll just do this. Offset, offset. And yeah, so this is fine. And then we would add this to our list of web. Web.add P. So this is all that happens when we shoot. And this shoot would happen relatively here. Now we want this on a timer, very likely. First off, first things first, we need to set this angle. So again, I could copy paste this, but it's good practice. So let's calculate our angle, and so calculator, that's interesting. Let's think about this, because game design, you shouldn't like memorize. You should try to reach for like an understanding of what's going on. So right here, if we're going to calculate our angle, and these are polar coordinates, we need to go, okay, where is my position? Where is my target position? In a sense. In a sense, maybe not quite, but this is what we're looking for. We want to find, so like we'll have like a change in x and a change in y. Hey, what's up, the Coding Force? How you doing? I'm just kind of explaining a little bit of how we're going to calculate the angle for the spider shooting the web. No, I'm going to school right now for digital animation and game design. I do have a game I released on Steam as an indie. It's not a good game necessarily. Right now we're working on Mr. Spider Guy here. So if we like hit him, his legs fall off. I once was a child as well. It happens. You live and you grow. Oh, you're learning Java and Python. Yeah, so I'm actually reteaching myself Python. It's been a couple of years since I've used it, and I noticed compared to C++ and Java, my God, it's a little convoluted, but it's good. It's a good language. And so here, I'm coding like the spider, his shooting. LY or LWJGL specifically. What is that? So what's that acronym stand for? It's sounds interesting. I'm gonna take it some type of Java stuff. Oh, game library. Ah, yeah. So I've been using a lot of OpenGL, GLFW. And just straight up SFML. This is processing what I'm working on currently, and then I use Pygame. But yeah, we gotta calculate dx and dy. So the change between these two locations would be the dy. The dx whatnot is wherever their change is here, and then the SOHCAHTOA. So some algebra stuff. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. It's probably a lot better than processing, because processing handles all that shit on the back end, and it's like, I kind of want a little bit more of, things I want to do. But, so SOHCAHTOA here, just to kind of show where my logic is going. SOHCAHTOA is, so the S part, let me get the, is sine is opposite over hypotenuse. The cosine is the opposite over, or the adjacent, my bad. So the adjacent over the hypotenuse, and tangent would be the opposite over adjacent. And we can use this in a sense. We want actually the inverse tan of our angle. So we want to calculate our angle based off of our change in x and our change in y. So to be very, very descriptive here. See ya. We're gonna pass in a game object. I'm gonna call it target. in this case, we don't need to do this. Honestly, I'm not even gonna bother. But we'll just go here. We'll say, hey, this change in x is equal to offset x minus our player dot offset x. So that's our change in x. Now, if you wanted different targets, yada yada yada, yeah, you pass in some type in the argument and use that. Since this spider is only going to attack the player, I don't see any issue at the moment for this. So we're going to calculate offset y. We've got x and y here, and our angle is going to be equal to our of angle. Let's see. That would be, in Java at least, so you can use ATAN, and you could do like dy over dx. Pretty sure that's the format here, but if you just do ATAN2, it'll just be a comma instead. Don't ask. I mean, who knows? Who knows exactly what the difference is between the two? I'm sure I could look it up and whatnot, but don't care that much too. So this angle here, we're going to actually do the calculate angle right before shoot. So we're going to calculate our angle to the player. We're then going to pass that angle in here. We're then going to add it here, and we're going to shoot. So this needs to happen on the timer. So we could go here and be like, yo, float web timer. We could call it 2. Who cares, right? And do like web timer. Oh, what part are you not understanding? If you elaborate, I might be able to help a little bit. Basically, if it's about the angle, let's be a little bit more descriptive here for you. So, like this. In algebra, we grab a white triangles. We have like an A side, a B side, and a C side. We also have different angles, and this is going to work for 90-degree triangles. You can say like, yo, A squared plus B squared is C squared. This is fine. You know, this is the Pythagorean theorem, and you can use this theorem for shooting. In fact, you can use it for a lot of different stuff. I don't really care about this so much because this is direction, right? Like this square root of these happening. This is like the actual distance or direction. Not even direction. That's really the distance. What I care about is the direction. So if this is a 90-degree triangle, let's say like this is where our enemy is, and our player is here, for example. This length doesn't matter so much because this length will change depending on the size of this angle. So we really only care about this angle here. To find that angle, so just go like this, to find this angle here, you can say you have a SOHCAHTOA. This is a acronym we used back in high school. And I'll pull up Notepad here and bring it over here. So the sign of an angle is equal to the opposite side divided by its hypotenuse, the length of these. So if we look here, and I'm just going to kind of keep this here. Let's say this is A, and A's opposite is C. So this is the, actually, bad. That was bad. Let's talk about this angle here, as we have been. Oh, so yeah, I mean, if you get this part, fantastic. So yeah, I'll continue programming for you. But basically, yeah, that's all we're doing is that type of stuff. So here, calculate angle. Bam, we got our angle. We're adding it to the list, so we calculate the angle, shove it in, add it. This is going to happen on a timer. When that timer ends, we're going to reset that so he's not just like spamming the shot. And we need it to actually to update. So here inside this spot, we're going to go for projectile P in web, and we're going to P dot update and call this delta and see what's going on here. P cannot be recognized. Let's see why delay. Let's see if I spell projectile wrong here. I do that often. P cannot be recognized. Interesting. So web, that should be fine. I'm gonna go over here to enemy for a second. Let's see here. So we got like the same shoot mechanic. Looking for the update. Going. Here's the attack. Shoot timer, yada yada. Update. Projectile bullet. Bullets. Bullet dot update. Same difference. Should be okay. No, so this isn't using really any libraries except for one, the sound library from Java processing. So look here. This is the thing that my school makes me use for programming games at this caliber. So what I'm looking for right now is why the boss doesn't like that projectile guy. Should be the same difference. Like quite literally the same difference here. It's not. It does not like it. Well, it's okay with that one. So that leads me to believe that there is an issue. This is the thing that's tricky, very tricky between Visual Studio and here. Notice this is a capital P. Bam. Visual Studio has syntax highlighting, tells you exactly what's wrong. Processing, you gotta be careful. You gotta see what you're doing. And notice there's like a P dot check collision as well over there. So this is gonna update. He's gonna add. So just for sake of testing, go like this. Oh, actually, we're gonna keep states on. Spit web. We're gonna come over to the state machines, and here we're gonna do make sure state starts as that. Gonna come over to boss because I just realized we're not drawing. We're not drawing this P. So I'm just gonna copy paste this. We're gonna come over to this spot here, and we're just gonna go like that and do draw. So now it should draw to the screen. I don't see any reason why this would not work right off the bat, so we'll hit play. It's got like a timer, just kind of waiting, and so this spit web never happens. So we're just gonna grab that. It's the shoot part that never happens. Let's see, so just tracking the current state. This update needs to happen. That's it. So inside here, we actually never made an actual update guide. So we're gonna go like this. So like you click it, shoots now like this. So right now this is the right now I'm coding him shooting. Now this guy, he can shoot little dungeon. It's not always to the right. Sometimes it is. Very likely it can be to the right, but it has a chance of being up, down, left, or right type thing for the dungeon. So on and so forth. There's other enemies I've coded in as well, but since we're doing a test on the boss and the boss mechanics, we just leave him out for now. So we're gonna go to delta time. For int I is 0. We don't need that. We want for body B and body, and then we're just gonna call b.update, and here we're going delta time. This should be fine, but we need to call this in the actual game update loop. Yeah. So the boss has 3 states where he's either gonna kind of like do a meander, right? Like go back and forth. He can shoot webs. Then we're gonna have to code in, hey, that kind of slows the player. Maybe he takes like a little poison damage or stun damage, something. And then another state where he kind of like winds up and pounces like a cat. Just like a nice little slam. So yeah, you can see the other enemy code here. This is all functional, but we leave it out while testing. So in processing, it has like this draw state, and this is like our draw function. This comes right built out of the box, and you can use this one time per sketch, but I don't see the purpose in that. Like, why not build your own function called drawable, and then inside like this game manager here, I go, hey, we got like this big drawable guy. We go room draw, player draw, boss draw, whatever the heck, right? Inside the game loop, I do update, collide, draw, yada yada. Inside our state machines, if the game state is game_state.play, we do game.loop. This is inside of a update function coming out of state machines. So if we look here, we just do, hey, states.update. That way it's like one guy, states.update happens, it checks, are we in menu state, play state, pause state, so on and so forth. Depending on that state, it then comes over and runs loop. Loop then runs update, collide, draw, so on and so forth. And for here, we just want to pass in the update for the boss. So we'll just do like boss.update and replace some delta time. Now, one thing to notice as well, this structure I have, notice we have like enemies to update. Up up here we have this dangerous enemies. Boss would become a list inside of here. While we test, we just kind of keep them on the outside. And this allows simple testing, because if you get the mechanics of the boss, and then you go and say, hey, now we want them to spawn under these circumstances, it's a lot easier. So here, right, so you notice the angle is completely backwards. Awesome. And that one shot me too. So we take a look over at enemies and see how they're calculating angle. Up here, calculate angle, same difference, except it's doing target minus source. So if we look here inside of our boss, we're doing source minus target. You can use absolute value, very likely, I think, but might as well just do it like this for now. It doesn't hurt anything. And hit play.
Where's your playlist taking you?
Right, so
Down the
now
highway? To the mountains? Or just into daydream mode while you're stuck in traffic? With over 4,000
notice it's coming out
hotels
as
worldwide,
butt.
Best
So
Western
we
is
don't
there
want
to help
that.
you make the most
We
of your
want it
getaway,
to
wherever that is. Because the only thing better than a
we
great
want it to
playlist
come out of
is a great trip.
a better spot than that.
Life's the trip. Make the most of it
Secondly,
at Best Western.
I notice
Book
it's
directions
drawing
at
under the legs.
bestwestern.com.
So down here in this draw order, we need to draw legs and then body. Probably will look relatively similar for the legs, yeah. And this way, when he shoots, it goes over top the legs as well. One thing, real quick, if we look at, because this is happening, we never remove this from the list. Actually, we might. I might be handling that straight up in projectile. So let's check projectile here. Yeah, so it's actually handling its own check collision and check edges. Where is that system being called? Because I notice it does damage us. So we're going to do like a Control F. Oh, right. That's funny, because I remember in Boss, we did, yeah, so that is where the damage is coming from. Secondly, one thing I want to do is inside that projectile code, it's yeah, have a good night, man. Enjoy. What I am looking for is inside the projectile, we have a system mechanics. And so, right, yep, boom, 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 boom. Its attack is, holy cow, it's a big attack. If it hits the player, plays a sound, is active as false. If it's false, then it deletes. That is not part of it itself. That is actually, I believe down here, we should have a list. Right here. So this is what is, and why this one hits the player. Because we're actually not removing when it gets hit. And we want to change the position of it too. So like it hits, it never disappears, it does constant damage, it destroys us. We want to add this over to boss. Update, doesn't matter. We'll do it like right here. So for int I is 0, I is less than, what do we call that, like web.size? I++. Then we will make a temporary guy. Like, yo, projectile P is web.getI if P dot is active is false. You know what? We'll just kind of active. We'll do the shorthand. So if this is the case, then web.remove P. And now, when that web hits us, it will do damage, but it won't one-shot us because it'll disappear. Nope. Now it's not doing a whole lot of damage, so that's the main thing I wanted to change is notice. Let's go back up to projectile. Notice we included that boolean is boss, and we say, hey, texture just depend on this. So should damage. Outright, like damage is fine like this for the little guys. This is a boss, so let's try like that. Let's see how much health that takes. That might be too big of a chunk, but so it hits us. Why does that happen? Because right here we're still setting it back. And let's get hit. Yep, that seems a little bit more like a boss fight. And in fact, since it didn't 3-hit us, we're gonna bump it up just a little to like a 320. So now it should more than likely 3-hit us, which is perfect. And then we'll change the position where it shoots out of. So it hits, and then one more time, boom. What I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, get some water in me as well. So we're gonna do here. Be right back, guys. Alright, I'm gonna go like this just for a little bit, and what I'm gonna do is eat some food real quick. I'm here. I'll see if you message. Just gotta get some food in me. All right. Oh. Gotta make sure you guys take time to stretch and move around, eat food, drink water. You know, we are humans. Whew. I'm gonna let a little bit of light in. Nice day out there. Oh. All right. We're gonna change up the music slightly. Gotta use music that's streaming friendly, I suppose. But yeah, so this assignment here, this is due technically tomorrow night, but for me, it's due tonight. This has to get done fully. Gotta have like 2 enemy types, collisions, yada yada yada. We're working on the boss enemy. This would be the 3rd enemy type. Yeah. So let's take a look here. Try to reorient myself. And honestly, I'm actually going to close that. It's a little too bright on my my retinas. Maybe just go like a half and half here. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that's better. That way I don't have crazy amount of light hitting my face, but at the same time have some daylight. Alright, so we're working on the boss here. He can remove his web when it hits you, it hurts. And this is just one little, what do you call it, state. So the meander, this one shouldn't be too hard, right? So we want to actually do some more math on unfortunately or fortunately, however we want to look at this. So here we're going to call this calculate next target or next position. Yep, so calculate the next position. I'm going to put that right down into meander. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say offset dot x equal, actually it's not dot x, it's offset x equals and offset y equals. So we either want equals or plus equals here. Let's go with plus. And we're gonna have like the speed times delta time. Nope, something like this. For the meandering. Kind of want to go side to side. Just kind of like a side to side type thing. This part here is going to look funky. We can actually look at that really quick, because what will happen is his legs his legs are not attached. So let's go here to meander, go like that, hit play. Right. And so inside of boss here, we also want to do almost the same thing. And what we're going to say is like if position is reached, so like we're going to calculate the next position. We're going to move towards that position. If that position is reached, then we're going to calculate the next position, move towards that position, so on and so forth. We want the legs to do the same thing. Ooh, gotta love sneezing. God damn. Phew. Anyway, yep. So here's the legs. We actually do have like a thing here. But it's not a timer. I think I know what was my plan there originally. For now, we're just gonna remove that. Make sure speed is also 30. Looks good. We're gonna call that as well. So inside of where are we at? So, yep, same difference. We're going to look for the legs as well. And this would be delta time and update. And so now we should see they all move together. Fantastic. Almost what I'm kind of thinking, and I think this part that just needs to be straight up outside of here. And what we want to do is manipulate speed. So make this negative, make it positive. That's going to have like the actual thing happen. So like down here, we don't even need to like calculate target position or any of that. What we can do instead is just have a function and call it like flip-flop. And what this will do is it will contain a timer. So kind of like we had up above with legs, you just have like a move timer. So have float, We're going to call this 5. I mean, you know, works. Up here, flip-flop is going to take in a delta time. And we're going to say, hey, for our guys, so we're going to go like this. Like that. Times -1. So times equals. Same difference here, except it'll be B. And this will happen. Go move timer minus equals delta time. And of course, if this is reached, so it's less than or equal to 0, delete that, come down here. Ah. I had the wrong thingamabob. So, yep, we're gonna move timer. This is happening. Flip them, and then we'll just say move timers back to equal to 5. We'll just place a flip flop right inside of update and pass in delta time. So he should move back and forth, right? So he moves to the left, and then slowly but surely moves to the right, then moves to the left. Like a nice little side to side boss. So we can call that the one thing. Now pounce, and this is one reason I kind of wanted to leave the Y thing off for now, is this pounce guy, he needs kind of a friend helper in a sense up here in legs, because we want the legs to do the same thing. I wonder what I'm wondering here is, should his legs like fall off and then he's like wham? You know, only does the pounce at that state, and he spits until then. We'll see. We'll play around with some stuff. But just for now, just in case we want to help her, we're gonna call this void foot pounce. And it's going to be basically the same exact thing. We're going to pass in delta time. This is going to be the Y position. And then we want to like reset. And this value, you know, going to be a little slow, very likely. So similarly, offset Y plus equals our speed times delta time. Especially with like that flip flop, it'd be a little weird. We'll think about the speed variable here and another time. So yeah, we're meandering, we're spitting, we're pouncing, and we're tracking the states. We're updating this stuff over here. Let's have a timer. So we're going to call this state timer. And this is going to equal 10. And right here in update, we'll say state timer minus equals delta time if state timer is less than or equal to 0. And we can kind of think about this as modes in a sense. So, for example, down here, if we do like int mode is 0. Imagine mode 0 as the first state, so the meander. So, if mode is 0, and here we would do state is it state dot states? Yeah, I think so. It's like state dot state is boss state machine dot meander. Something like that. Very, very close to something like that. States. That's what it is. So here. States equals boss state machine dot meander. We'll look over here at state machines. We'll go back over here to boss state. That was the guy. So this needs to just be boss state. The boss state machine is the class itself, which this technically is. So, yep. So if we're in this state, technically, I'm going to do something very, very quick because we're tracking states like this. So we'll do that, this, Control T. We'll go 1. We'll go 2. We'll call this pounce, capital P, and we'll call that, what was it, like web shoot or shoot web or something spit web. Shoot web, spit web. And this is why Visual Studio definitely has this speed, because you could just hit the period and it would autofill, or at least show you your options to autofill. So again, here in the timer, we also want these things here, except this isn't where we're going to say what is what. In fact, we only need 2 of these. So if is this, then mode goes up and our state timer is reset. If the mode is equal to 3, technically, then we'll just say mode is 0. So timer goes, this determines the mode, this determines what state is going on in the mode, this is tracking the state. So that inside of state machines, it goes, if it is these, we're gonna do these things. So hit play, and you should kind of like go back and forth. This would be for like a 10-second thing. You know, he's got his, whatchamacallit, right? Like his movement timer. Oh, that's interesting, right? Because the legs can still move as he's into this state. So that's definitely a thing I gotta fix. Not too bad though. Should be an easy enough one. And then he should then hit into his other state momentarily. Should be my, nope, I died. We'll make the timer a little less for now, something like a 2, so that we can just kind of Oh, that might do it as well. If mode is 0, right? Go up. If it's less than 3, then go up. If it's 3, hit down. Yeah, common mistake. Yeah, so we're updating our delta time. Going through. Notice the feet were moving when we got out of that state. So down here, inside of our update, this kind of needs to be tracked with a bool. What we're gonna do is just kind of look here, and we don't even need a bool. We'll just say if mode is 0, right? So we'll come up, come down here. Actually, we'll use a boolean down here. Is move state is false, and here this is fine for the update. If b dot mode is 0, is move state is true, and if that is the case, so if and only if that is the case, then we will allow the legs to do their thing. Secondly, just make sure that turns itself off. So come in here, boom, boom, and false. Now the one state, the legs won't move up and down. Oh, that's interesting. It's got just slight thing because it has to hit this, and then we'll also take this like this. Right here in the constructor. So let's add body, flip-flop, add legs. That way, right after the add body, that way it knows exactly what mode it's in and has set that to true already, right? So then we don't have that little bit of the issue. That's it's actually kind of neat the way it is. We're just gonna squeeze the legs a little bit closer, left and right. So this is on the left. We're gonna just add 5 pixels to everybody. In this case, we're going to subtract 5 pixels because this is coming from the right hand side. Very, very interesting. Like we're like fighting him, right? His legs are falling off. And his head. That's actually kind of a neat little boss. I kind of like how his head does that weird freaking move thing. Yeah, nice to see you, Noah. Yeah, so I decided I'm gonna make a boss, and that when you hurt him, his legs die off first. You know, of course, we got to make him a little stronger. This is just for testing purposes, and I'm not drawing any of my enemies to the screen right now either. The other thing I want to do is when the sticky web hits you, it's not just damage, but I'm thinking like slow the player temporarily. One little bug I've noticed is, I don't know if you can see the player very well, but right above his head in certain walking states, his animation comes, his feet kind of come from the top, from the other sprite sheet part. Yeah, thanks. I think it's kind of neat, the little states he's in. Yeah, I think what I have to do, honestly, for that, it's kind of a pain in the butt, but I gotta come in here and really adjust where and what and why and how, where things are. Something's just slightly askew. One thing I wanted to show you real quick, Noah. I made a nice little credits page. So I cited Varun as senior developer since he provided the collision code and some other stuff. And the guy who did my character art, he did some of the music as well. And then I got a lot of the music and sound effects from Open Game Art. That way, you know, giving people credit for that. But yeah, thanks. It's kind of like a nice, you know, end of the year shout out. I actually have to turn this in today. I'm gonna be pretty busy tomorrow, and so I decided I'm gonna stream and, you know, work on the thingamabob. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, boss is functional. He's surely functional. I kind of want to have, whatchamacallit. Should we have like a grow back leg mechanic? I mean, that seems like awful. It probably shouldn't. Not for the scope of this. But, what the heck? We should probably increase health and defense and stuff on this stuff. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we could always talk in VC as well. If you want. Like, I can keep streaming, talk in VC, and you can mute or whatnot, or watch, you know, or just watch. I'm thinking I'm gonna up like the defense. Shit, maybe like 50. I want this guy pretty bulky. 100. One thing I did as well, I don't know, check this out. This is pretty neat. So like, you can collide with the feet, but you can walk under him. If just slightly, like you can't get all the way to his butt, but you can walk to about here. But if you touch his butt, you're gonna get hurt. Yeah, that's one thing I'm thinking too. Like, for the most part, the boss functionality is there. I started this last night with Will. It's like, I asked him, I'm like, hey, I finally finished everything on my list, and my reward is to make a boss. And I asked him, well, what kind of goes like with my bats and ghosts for a boss? And he said spider. And I go, you know what would be cool? If you had to like kill the legs before the actual head. And he's like, oh dude, that's gonna be too much work. Challenge accepted. So I got some good sleep last night. Let's see, so the projectile, that's what I'm thinking. The projectile right now comes out of the butt. We don't want that. We kind of want that projectile to be positioned appropriately. And that's based off of this offset here. So we're gonna do offset plus, we'll try like a 20. See where that kind of puts us. I care about out of his mouth. Oop, that's about mid, so let's try 70. And I'm thinking for the actual spawn mechanic, yeah, it's actually a little, not quite. We want like 65-ish. I'm thinking for the spawn mechanic, like every X amount of rooms that we open, have this guy come in. Yeah, that actually looked pretty okay. Spit for me again, buddy. Yep, that's not bad. How about if you spit like that for me? Is that gonna come out the mouth as well? Yeah, okay, that's fine. He's kind of cute. Yeah, he is kind of cute. I think the speed, he needs to be faster. Not by much. I mean, we do want the player to get overwhelmed, but not to an excessive degree. So we're gonna actually, the way I have this set up, in case you're wondering, Noah, we have a kind of like a bucket over here called boss. And he just has an array list of the legs and the body. The reason for the body is that way I can remove him off the screen easier without like doing an is active and setting things to null. We just remove things from the list, gets them off the screen pretty easy. And we add legs to certain offsets. This happens inside the function scope and then hits into this list, then they die off and are just stored here. The really interesting part is this here, the verify legs function. Because what we do is we say if legs are greater than 0, then we have legs. This is necessary. Otherwise, we don't have legs. And so this has legs. Where am I using that at? Because actually, I wonder if that's necessary still. Probably is. Yeah. Maybe it's not. I'll show you why. So, back at boss. Anyway, ignore this part. That might be unused code. So we check, hey, if we're greater than 0. If we are, we go, hey, for every body. So like, just that chunk. And we check for the arrow's collision, and we're like, hey, this is colliding. This Boolean is set depending on the collision state of the body. If this is a yes, and we have legs, do not delete the actual body's health. I was printing his health just to check. And then we're always just gonna grab the first leg in the list. And that way it never, because if let's say we grab the last leg in the list, that's gonna shrink over time. Grabbing the first is just easier, and then we do some damage only to the leg. Once this is not the case, we'll do damage actually to him. And so I believe that part is not even a usable or a used thing. Hit play and we'll verify that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything broke. So shoot him. His defense is super high. So this is one thing about like testing is I kept the I mean, it's just ridiculous looking. I kept the defense low while doing the original test. Yep, so there we go. You can even, let's say you're not even shooting the head. So let's say we like come over here and we just come over here and like damage the feet. Yep, see, like I can hit individual feet, but if we do hit the big mass, that's actually going to only delete the legs. one thing I think where he should be a little tougher. Yep, so then we just have that. Also, the reason why he died so quick when he became a head, I noticed here during that damage function that I was explaining, we're setting to max health, and I kept max health at 10. Up here in the body, I believe. Going down. Should have a float, max health. Yep. So we kind of want that to equal whatever it is up here. Probably should just set it up there as well. So call this 0. Go here. Max health is 100. The reason we don't want to set max health to health is as health decreases, this would decrease, and so on and so forth. But the one thing originally for that pounce state, that was supposed to be like a real like come forward, and it's not really showcasing exactly that. So the other part of it that was just kind of funny, which turned in my favor, is that he does come back, right? Because what's happening here is I have a flip-flop function down in this guy, where we're just looking at a timer and multiplying -1 to our speed of the legs in the body, so that when we use speed, it flips flops his left and right, but his up and down, his head kind of does that thing, and I'm actually not moving the legs with him. I should be, and this value in which that we do the pounce, I mean, that needs a slap. He needs a wham as fast as he can, quite literally. So for pounce, I'm gonna think about ×2 at least. And then similarly, we're gonna come up here, foot pounce, and do like a ×2 here as well. And we're gonna call both foot pounce and pounce. So, so like here, where we're like, hey, is move state, yada, 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 based off the mode. We're also gonna have just a little simple boolean down here, is, what do we wanna call that? Is pounce state. We're gonna set that equal to, dependent on if it's mode 3. So if mode is 3, I'm gonna grab that this pounce state, and that way up here we can do a very similar if statement. So if is our pounce state, and we really don't need this as true, that's actually quite redundant. Is what it is. Here we'll do, what is that, like what do I call it, like pounce something? Let's see, leg foot pounce. Okay, would not have guessed that in a million years. Yep, so foot pounce. So I have, oh, holy cow. If his pounce state, do the foot pounce. It's depending on if he's in mode 3. 0, 1, 2. Ah! Similarly, it's actually, I'm surprised it works like that. considering. Oh. That should be that. Technically. So. Oh. Because 0, 1, 2. That needs to be 2. It was, yeah, it was working in a funny way. It's interesting. So we should spit. Boop. Looks like 3 actually is 0, 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, we'll just won't fix what's not broken, I suppose. Not sure if I understand the logic there though. Mode increases. Oh, damn. Okay, okay. This is goddamn. That is interesting. My gosh. It's actually not a bad pounce. Not bad at all. Let's do like a thingamabob for yeah. Ain't that the truth, man? Interesting nonetheless. So I'm gonna do something. We're gonna do like a big old wall check collision because I don't want this guy jumping out the walls. He's a spider, for Pete's sake. Gotta keep him in the cage. So we're gonna call this like check wall collision. And instead of doing like a player.apply fix thing, we're gonna say this object needs to fix its overlap with whatever is in my list of walls. Now I have several walls, so we're gonna say like for wall W in room.walls. Room is a global in this case, and walls doesn't exist. So I think I have a list called left walls. Yep, and right walls, so on and so forth. So we'll do this only if, so like if w dot check collision we'll check out our walls real quick and see what kind of collision we got going. Can I screenshot your wall collision code? I still haven't got my enemy wall collision working. Yeah, let me go to a spot. Let me think about this. There's a couple spots I have this at. Let me go here. I'll actually, oh, this is for the boat. So this isn't, they detect, they just don't collide. Gotcha. So let me, so this is wall. I use that apply fix. I'm not sure if that's going to help you, but depending on when they detect the collision, Varun's apply fix and fix overlap, that makes sure that things collide. There's one thing, I tried that, I'll do some more testing. There's one other thing I want to see real quick, because in enemies, this is kind of like what I'm about to do for the one guy. So inside my enemies collision code, I'll kind of show this, and then what I'll do is, I'll send this to you real quick. There you are. See if that helps you. So this is inside my enemy class. So this keyword is the enemy class, and we're going, hey, if the check collision state, which in my use case, check collision state is handled in game object, and it is a boolean, and it says we're checking for if the target is collision, which is based on let's see here. Yes. Hello. So yeah, so in my case, I have an enumerator that has return types yes or no. You can have a boolean here and have it return zeros and ones. It'll work exactly the same. So pretend this is boolean, return zeros, otherwise return 1. Inside of here, we take in a game target, and this function, which is determined up here, this is going to return true or return false. If it's true or false, that is what we're saying this boolean in that case. In my case, it's an enumerator, but that boolean would equal the boolean found by this function. And then if that is the case, so if that boolean is true, I'm just having this function go, hey, return true. And so over here in enemy, we're like, for every wall that I have, we're going to run that check collision state, which is, just to be very verbose, is this guy here. So I pass in a target, and then I apply the fix. And so I'm going to do a very similar thing with the boss. So like here, we just need the check collision state function. I think it's this dot then in that case. Oh no, it's just called check collision state. That's actually fantastic. So we should be able to pass in W. If that is the case, then we will apply the fix. And so this is just room.left walls does not exist. Well, I called it something, didn't I? Walls left, not left walls. Tricky. Walls left. All right, so yep. So then I'm gonna do this for the other walls as well. So we're gonna do walls right, walls top. And, depending on how your wall structure is set up, Noah, this would be very similar. And this is at the moment only for the feet, because we kind of want the body to have the same thing. So I'm actually just going to copy paste that, because it's for the most part very much the same. And to make things pretty streamlined, I'll just run that function inside my other guy, and similarly up here. So here's the leg, and we'll just call that function. So now when we hit play, he should not be able to escape our walls. The shoot timer should be a little more. Oh, he kind of crunched up like that. The apply fix did a little funky thing. Interesting. That's kind of neat, I guess. Not what I wanted, but neat nonetheless. So I suppose instead of an apply fix, because yeah, they're gonna And we kind of want this to happen for every guy ever. Like, once one leg hits, other guys don't. Hell yeah, I'm glad it worked for you. Well, I mean, unless you're referring to this as well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it worked. But, you know, the first legs hit, they stop moving, and the second legs try to move. What we really want to do is, if one body part hits, all others. Yeah, I figured after I thought about it. And yeah, so when one guy hits, we do not want the other things to actually happen. So where are we? I think we're handling a lot of that inside of .drawable or update. Yeah, so check collisions happening in update or in draw. I mean, let's see. It's kind of a thing I'm thinking, because there's probably a more correct way to go about this, but where my logic is forming is, when one hits, do not move the other. So only allow the update to happen if not colliding, so to speak. So inside this check wall collision, if any of this happens, we would set like a Boolean to true. So like, yeah. So I have an assignment due, Morris, that is due tonight. After I get this Java done, we're gonna go straight back to Python. We're gonna make some simple stuff. Struggling with collision yesterday was embarrassing, but it is what it is. So let's see. We're gonna have like a has hit Boolean in this case. False. And we're gonna apply that to true here. Otherwise, it's gonna be false. We kind of want to do the same exact thing for the spider body. So what I'm thinking is, we set this bool to true. If it's true, then update cannot happen. So like, for example, if has hit is false, then this can happen. Similarly for the other, like I said, there's probably a much cleaner way to handle this, but this will work. This will do. Sometimes you don't need a whole lot to get the job done. So I'm just going to add this here as well for the body. I just haven't made the bool yet, so we're going to see some lines freaking out. Here, we're typing Boolean has hit, and very similar. So for the pounce, if we have not hit, then we're going to allow our update. And I'm wondering, let's say he hits, he gets stuck. We'll reach that bridge when we get there. Very likely that could happen. Let's see. That should be fine and dandy. So dance back and forth. We need to increase the shoot timer. He's got his little pounce. Yeah, no, that still is updating. Whoa! still updated his, because it's not just his hit thing. It's that fix overlap, actually. Because that fix overlap, he pushes him. And if we just simply go, hey, has hit, then we wouldn't have to worry about it being pushed into a weird spot. So we'll try that. Yeah, I mean, he goes over top just a little bit. I would rather have that than his legs go kind of funky. Kind of looks like a frog. He looks like an evil frog spider. Oh my gosh. We need that shoot timer to be a lot better. I think also making sure his pick on that whole leg. Oh damn. Making sure his timers are a little better also be a good thing. Shoot more, he's be a little bit more chaotic in his states. Fantastic. Let's see. So this is our leg. This is our body. Body has the projectile. Projectile does need to be faster. I'm going to go and test that wall collision. Good luck with your project. You as well, Noah. Take it easy, man. You know, you got this. You're going to get a good grade on this assignment. What I'm looking for at the moment is... Yeah, you got this, man. Your coding's coming along, and you put in a lot of hard work. Varun's going to see that, and that's what matters. Plus, you have technically all night today, and some of tomorrow to turn it in. I got plans for tomorrow, so I might not make it home in time to turn it in, so I want to turn it in tonight. But I think I'm going to continue working on this regardless. After I turn it in, actually make something polished, put it on itch. I'm figuring for free. It's a nice little game. Thinking about actually releasing all 3 games that we did as like a bundle and releasing that for free. Because right now I'm asking for like $1 for the Mouse Space arcade game. No one's jumped on it, and I don't blame them. Right here, we have attack, which is fine and dandy. This speed here, if we're the normal enemy type, 50 is fine. But if we're this guy, I mean, I don't see why we can't speed up the actual projectile. And over here, we need like that web timer shorter. Like I'm thinking like 0.2. I mean that might be a little too fast, but we'll see. So we'll hit play. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's nice. And we just want to actually have him up a little bit higher, right? So we're gonna file save. We're gonna come over to the game manager. We're gonna look at the constructor here. That's that. Here's the boss. So we actually don't pass in that data there. That's gonna be a mistake. To be frank with you, we want a. The reason being is we're gonna get into writing spawn code, and we need to reference where this stuff is, and go like that. This stuff has to go here, and similarly with the add body, which is right there, which is kind of funny. I kind of want add body closer to the add legs function. So we want to pass in this and this, and technically we want to add the body. And then the position of the body is going to determine the position of the legs. So right now, if this was 200, 200, gonna do a little calc. Get some notepad out here. It's a little too much of notepad, but this is what we're gonna try. So 200 minus 155. It's like what, 45? So we need a 45 and then a 65. That looks like the X offsets and the Y offsets. So we're gonna label this X. And this is in reference to the body's position. So the Y's offset looks like we can say at position, well, 0, just to be verbose. The second leg would be a 30, and then 60. Real quick, I'm gonna BRB because I have to go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Ooh. Remember, people, it's good to stretch. It's good to take breaks. It's good to move around because we're human. Humans move. We don't just sit and play video games all day and code. I mean, some of us do, if you're me, but don't be me. Stretch, move, do stuff. Get up and, you know, it's good for you. Oh. Crazy. It's going from like a hunter-gatherer type of people to technology people. We do a lot of sitting, a lot of scrolling on our phones, a lot of typing. It's not quite natural, but yeah, it's society. What you gonna do? So we're back, and so we're calculating offsets. Each X position is going to be added to this, and then this are going to be the Y positions accordingly to our legs. So we're going to have like our X, whatever that is. This is going to be minus 45. Likewise, the other one's going to be plus 65. And so on and so forth. This here would be Y position. Similar. These are going to be plus 60. These are going to be plus 30. These guys are also going to have their offset plus 65 and minus 45. This way, we're always putting the legs in the right position accordingly to where we're spawning our guy. So we spawn in our guy, spawn in the legs, yada yada yada, add the thingamabobs to the stuff, and that way we can specify this inside of our game manager. And so in this case, he seemed a little too high, or no, a little too low. The number was too much in the positives. So let's try like 200, 100. Yeah, I mean, that seems, oh goddamn. Yeah, I mean, that seems like your typical boss. Fantastic. Got side to side movement. We got stuff. He hits you and you die. We could probably, with how much he shoots now, turn down that attack accordingly to, I mean, if that's a normal guy, we want at least like 210. I think the speed is fantastic. And technically, since this is going to go, not necessarily endless, but for quite a while, at least, like, my map does have a chance to like circle around on itself, which is an issue. But potentially we want to level this guy up. So, that would have this thing here need to increase its attack. It's actually interesting because it doesn't look like we're ever leveling up our stats for the projectiles. I know we are right for these guys, but not so much for the projectile guy. And so that's fine. That's fine. Yep, this is necessary. We're gonna do like this here. And otherwise, we're gonna go up a lot more attack. Let's say by 20. Up to speed of that, like 3 every time he levels up. Shouldn't be too bad. This increased stat should happen. So let's say we have this guy happening. We could do yada 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 for projectile bullet B dot increase stat. Bullets. Yeah. Okay. So this will increase the stat for our, not the spider, but for the other enemy type that we have. Which is something I was missing. But we also want basically the same thing for our boss. Kind of like this. This would be web in this case. Web does not exist in this context. Yeah, that's right, because technically we should put that in a different spot. Well, we don't have to put it in a different spot, but it makes more sense if it's here. And then we can have the actual increase for this guy as well. So if we take a look back at enemy, how we're handling this, go like that, just like this. And so this is the body. Right, yep, boom, 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 boom. That's fine and dandy. We're gonna grab max health. And we're also gonna add the same amount. So plus equals, in this case, we're gonna go 25 for the health, 25 for attack. Might as well go like 30. And we can increase them to like that. I mean, we're gonna get one fast spider. Yep. And then so we want to do basically the same thing up here for the feet. Definitely want to make sure that the speed is the same. We do not need this part. We do not need that part. This is fine. We're gonna take a look here. Defense, attack. Yeah, so the I'll go like 30 for attack. I'm gonna come down here. We're gonna take a look at body. Yeah, I mean body, say 50 if you get hit with it. Similarly, we're gonna scroll down. So inside of our bucket container, this is where we're actually gonna have a big increase. Well, we're not going to increase by time, we're going to increase by counter. So every time you encounter this guy, we're going to tick up the counter by 1. And then because of that, we will increase his stats. So body B in bodies, or body, B dot increase stats, and for leg L and legs, we're gonna do L dot increase stats. This is only gonna happen when our counter goes up. So yeah, about that, right? So how do we do that? Well, I'm simply gonna go all the way down here. Type void spawn boss. This is gonna take in a X and a Y position. We do that, and then we just make our constructor. No, I wonder. No, we wouldn't have to, would we? No, we construct it one time. Yeah, we construct it one time. We add this stuff to it, then we remove it. We actually want that stuff inside here. And we can call spawn on its first construct. Because that's completely fine. But then we can down here have an integer. And so counter is equal to counter plus plus. So we're gonna increment this timer, yada yada yada. And then inside of our update, if counter is greater than 1, how do we want to go about this? Because we want this to happen one time. So not a good idea to have an update. We're going to have it here. Counter plus plus. If counter is greater than 1, increase stats will happen. So that should happen one time. And then bam. Right, so we hit 0. First time, this doesn't happen. Second time he spawns, this happens, increases his stats. But we want increased stats to happen after these functions, because if I recall correctly, and if anybody else is checking this out, when we add body and add legs, this is when our list actually happens. Increased stats depends on our list. So if we look up here, increased stats, this list would be empty otherwise, so it's good to call it after the fact. This is looking pretty decent. So now is the time we actually start doing the real stuff, for example. So we're gonna get rid of boss. We're gonna bring back enemies. Like this, I'm gonna remove boss. Just like that. Enemies need to update. Take boss out. Grab all of this here. Comment that. Back in. This has a note. Yo, uncomment enemies of world 2. So we're gonna come over here. Uncomment them. We're gonna come back over here. Just leave it a note. So we don't need the boss drawable. Up here, this, I'm just going to comment out for a minute because we'll basically be doing the same thing ish, in a sense. So yeah, we'll cross that bridge when it comes, and we're gonna go into enemy. We're gonna scroll all the way down because I have a container over here. We call them dangerous enemies. Now, the way I have this set up, technically we do not need an array list of bosses, right? Because we only are ever going to have one boss who's keeping track of himself and adding parts back to him, spawning in certain locations. So it should be okay just to go like this. So we have a boss. Scrolling up right here, and we'll just say boss is new boss. This location this is a very interesting thing that I thought slightly about, but also thought it was okay, and now I'm realizing it's not. To be more a little elaborative, when we construct him, we don't necessarily want him in the world, right? We want this to happen under certain circumstances. So doing this and this, that kind of voids it. So we want to construct him and then add later depending. So we take him out, and so we can just construct him. We got like this spawn, yada yada, some max min stuff. And what I want to do is inside this this big old update, just gonna come up here like this and do boss update all the time, and scroll all the way down, and just do. We kind of want to overtop the enemies, just in case. Boss dot. And we should probably drop XP when he dies. It's actually something I didn't think about. So, let's see here. Just kind of go back over to boss for a second. We'll check some stuff. We'll just add a boolean. Is dead. This is simply going to be to track, hey, can I drop XP over in the other file? So what we'll do is when we remove body, is dead is true. And we won't set it to false yet. We'll set it over here inside of enemy. So like, this is for the enemy size, yada yada yada. We'll just say, quite simply, if boss.is dead. So if this is the case, we're going to drop some XP. That's probably more XP than the player deserves. So we're just gonna go like this. That's fine. But we need this thing. What this would be boss dot body. Offset X, offset Y. Let's see. Offset X does not exist. Body is a list. we're only ever going to have one body. So that in Java, you can't do it like that. You got to do .get. .get. Right. So that's getting the first guy in our list of bodies. We're only ever going to have one at a time because we're only going to allow him to spawn under a very certain circumstance. So, yep, so he can drop XP, yada yada yada. He can draw the screen off this guy. He can move based off this guy. So that over in Game Manager, all that stuff is already in place. It already works. And quite simply right here, for the collision checks, we want just to go enemies dot. And that'll solve collecting that information, preserving as much as possible what we previously set up. And so we have that. Seems fine. Now we need to spawn based off a certain condition. While I am over here, there's something that's been bugging the crap out of me. I've noticed the chests. They spawn in a certain spot, it's fine, but they actually need to spawn, in my opinion, in the center of the room. Or at least closer to the center. So, generate left, yada yada yada. Yep, so that's bottom. Here's top. Alright. So we're coming down. Yeah, this is a nice little note I left, how this collision stuff works. Or not collision stuff, how the room generation stuff works. Chest position. So this is top. 100 is not doing it. Let's try like 350, honestly. And then we're gonna go. We're gonna find the wall or the chest spawn again. Once I do this, then I'm gonna test real quick. Let's kind of just see where that position is with the chest. 350 is a little too much. Let's try like 2. $250 might even be too much, but we'll adjust those numbers. Yeah, this is just a little side quest. Probably like a 200 then. Yep, this just little side quest chest adjustments. What we came here for is to produce the boss. Now, if you notice how I'm kind of playing around with the chests, this would be very similar to where we would be spawning this. So, how this currently works. We can spawn the chest depending on the door. We have enemies. They can collide with myself. They can shoot. The ghost, he's got different states. These weird looking bad guys, they only have 1 state, well, 3 states. A roam, a chase, and an attack. I did add some particle effects, both to the EXP and the enemies when they die. And basically, when we shoot like this, let me power up a little bit. When we shoot the door open, I can make it go. Then we spawn a room. I want to go and say, hey, every 3rd room we spawn, we want to spawn that boss at that 3rd room based off of its offsets. And so the pieces are kind of coming together. Let me like up upgrade my health, my defense, my attacks, my speed. Yeah, you know, it's kind of fun, honestly. It's one thing that I'm struggling with is making sure it's not too hard and not too easy. Kind of a tricky thing. Right now I'm almost dead. Bam. Defense. So yeah, every 3 rooms we want to basically spawn this boss guy. Every time he spawns, he's going to increase level, so on and so forth. That way you're not just like slamming through these guys like butter. The other thing is, like, these enemies, they're increasing their stats only every every 60 seconds. As you can tell, that's likely not as enough of an increase. It's too short of an increase. You know, it needs to be happening more often, because right now we're just slaying. We finally hit the 120 mark. So these enemies, you know, so on and so forth. There might be a bug there as well. I don't know if we're actually on instantiation keeping track. Oh, in fact, we are not. I guarantee it, because what happens is on instantiation here, we set this stuff to here. This is that. That increased stats thing never happened. So that's actually kind of funny too. How to fix that? I think one way we could go about this, make it pretty easy on ourselves. Just have float main increase. Maybe this should be an int, and int side increase. So that side increase, that's gonna be like whatchamacallit, speed, basically. We're gonna come up here. Notice these enemies, they basically have relatively the same stats. We could be like, yo, side increase, side increase. Increase and something like that. Basically going, hey, we're going to set these values. These values are going to be at first down here. So like this. Maybe like a 20, 30. Something-ish. And 20. So on and so forth. And then instead of that happening to these, right? We want it to happen to these. So we're just going to do like main increase and then a side increase. And then the set stats, should be fine. Should be fine. Similarly, we're going to go up here and do enemy as well. I believe he is way up here. I thought something was a little funky. Yeah, it is. They're being reinstantiated. So we're going to do that. We're going to grab these. We're going to find the increased level guy. Do that. Grab these. Call that like 1. Then come down here. Gonna have some major adjustments on some of the stuff. It's gonna be an integer. In case anybody's wondering what the heck is going on right now, found a slight bug in the level up system for the player, or not for the player, for the enemies. What was happening is every time they were constructed, it was constructing a set thing, and so this technically needs to happen in a different way, and we'll actually showcase that down here. So we'll level up these guys every time it hits like 20. So they should become way more apparent. So we're at 14, 16, hit 20. Oh yeah, I can tell they're stronger. Oh yeah, they are a lot stronger. Okay, okay. Gotta get some health in us. Oh damn. Yeah, that's a lot stronger. Also, this is a bug I found that I gotta fix that before I turn it in. I don't know why it does that. I've tried a few different things. Not sure why, because it's not every time either. It's kind of a hard one to find. So like if we like die here, notice I can hit game over. It seems to be like as we're dying, if I like spam, yeah. So if I'm like spamming the click when we die, it freezes. So I wonder. Yeah, I mean, that happens. Let's see. So if we're dying and like spam, yeah, it's hot. If we're getting hit and we spam, it breaks. Well, at least I narrowed it down. We'll deal with that in a second. Right now we're on a mission. We're on a mission to spawn a spider. So coming over here, every time we generate a room, this stuff happens. So, best thing to do is to come down here and be like, yo, we want a room counter. We're going to say inside of where do we want that? I guess we're going to have it several times inside these different functions. Don't need it in here, but we need it in every other one. Room counter plus plus. If room counter is equal to 3, then we're going to set room counter back to 0, and we're going to spawn our boss. So we're going to reference our enemies. I believe he is also global. So enemies.boss.spawn boss, and it's expecting parameters. Let's pass in this offset. Let's see what happens. Offset X, offset Y, and we're going to grab this and do it for every other room as well. Or yeah, every other room. Just like so. File, save, and play. So that's one room. It's 2 rooms. This should be boss spider.
Oh yeah, it is.
Okay. So time to fix that bug. We gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. And I honestly have no idea how to fix or where to even go about that. So I'm gonna call upon this guy. I'm gonna say, hey, in my processing game, if I spam the mouse button and the player dies, so first off, I'll tell it, when the player dies, the game state changes to game over. If the player spams the mouse button while they die, the game over screen bugs and doesn't allow the player to continue the game. It basically freezes. And then what I'm going to do is come over here into Game Manager, and I'm going to share with it what we do on mouse click. So go like this. Here is the mouse functions. Sounds like a classic state desync issue caused by input still being processed after the player dies but before the game is fully transitioned. What's likely happening while the player is dying and the game is transitioning to game over state, mouse press and mouse release are still firing, bold.prep shot or shoot is being called during or after death. This causes an exception or unexpected behavior. Player is null, not ready, or in menu doesn't cover over game state. Suggested fix. So as a is game over function or flag that returns true, additional, right? And so that's a fair point. We should only allow this and that check. Now at player, this happens, and I suppose we'll humor it. We'll go, yo boolean, give me a function and call it game over. return true after running these things here. So that stuff happens, return true. If this is the case, bam, and this can't be a function of player. That is definitely the case. We want it to be outside. So we'll actually keep it up here. And then here we'll say and not game over, just as it was suggesting. And same here. File save, play. Give it a shot. Oh. Interesting. So if health is, then this will run. I just want to do this for a second and check something. Right. That's what I thought. So when that happens, this stuff actually happens. We'll do it like this. If player.health and that section there, technically should be able to do it kind of like that. I'm going to click, I'm going to get null, because player isn't a thing yet. That's absolutely fair. So we're going to come over here. This is definitely what we want. If that happens, then this. Inside Game Manager. Because we can't reference player. It's kind of weird having a function for this, but we'll we can remove that, see what happens. Leave that there for now, because that has started. I kind of wonder if that's going to break too. Right. I think we're going to try this. So like the mouse button presses left and game is over. And then here, if health, game over is true. Back here. Just gonna Control Z just for a second, because we kind of want this stuff as well. So go like this. If that's true, this will happen. So we'll go like this. That's true. Bam, bam. And then this should become false after we hit the button. So back up here. Once that constructs. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting trying to fix this bug here. I'm hoping this is actually gonna be the one that does it. Let's see. So basically the bug is if we spam the button while we die. So Diane. Hey, let's try one more time. Actually, several times. Yeah, see right there, that's the bug. For whatever reason, it goes, hey, when you spam the button, then it doesn't allow the states to properly change. Almost want to have it like this so that we can't access this player. So if we're not in the menu and the game is over, so we can push left. This is fine. We get hit, spam. Let's try it again. We're just gonna spam. Yeah, what in the world? How do we handle such a thing? So, I'm gonna again ask the robot, because I am very concerned about this bug. Especially since I have to turn this in today. And then let's go here and grab player. This still happens. Is it because... And what I want to ask it, because I think I know the answer, but this is what is happening inside player. When we die, it goes, hey, let's check game. Inside of check game, it does this, and we set game to null. Which I think somehow something nasty is happening. Something that we're not expecting. So So I thought we could just put it here. It's saying it's got to be on button press. So something like that. But we'll stress test it. So we spam the heck out of it. Hey, looking okay so far. Come on, touch, hit my guy. Let's go, let's go. Take me out. Again, if I'm not mistaken, it worked the first time, but not the second. So that one, yeah. So it's still an issue. So inside of the game over menu, we have this, and it still happens. I took it out of the constructor. You're using current mouse state, previous mouse state for edge detection, which is good, but the player spams clicks during death. There's a high chance that current mouse state is still true before the game over state is loaded. Previous mouse state must not have been updated yet. So if current mouse state and never fires, thus the back button logic never triggers and the screen just freezes. Okay. I mean, I feel like I'm going down rabbit holes, but we can try that. So we want that to equal false, and this to equal false. Spamming the click button. That seemed to be okay. That seems fine. So I'm going to try moving a little bit and shooting. Let's try to break the hell out of it. Okay, so we're like moving, we're shooting. Hey, this actually seems like we... Okay, we're onto something. So I'm going to make a note here. Without setting the previous mouse state and current mouse states to false, the swap between states become bugged. To make sure player cannot shoot because it might be no. All right, that solves that. And so I hope you guys seen too how I was using ChatGPT as a helper and not like, oh, I'm going to copy paste. I asked some questions, it answered, I took some of its direction, and that's the appropriate way to use those AI tools. So let's sit back and playtest. Also, if anybody in the chat wants to playtest this game for me, let me know, because I will upload it to itch and put it under like a little playtest thing. I'll put the password down below, and we all can playtest this together, find different bugs. I gotta turn it in later tonight. I mean, it's due tomorrow at 11:59, but I'm not waiting until Sunday to turn it in, because I got stuff I gotta do tomorrow, things I want to do, hang out with loved ones. It's an important part of life. Coding is extremely fun, very entertaining, but just make sure you're making time for the people in your life, because they love you and they support you. Even if they don't support you financially, they do support you mentally. So. Okay, so we got Mr. Spider here. He's kind of a neat little guy. Oh, damn. I kind of want to see how much we can bug this, right? So let's kind of go up a little bit. And then the spider should spawn here as well. He should be a stronger spider, technically. Oh, wow. Wow. Look at his head come off of him. That's crazy. That is nuts. It's a little, yeah, that's a little funky. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. What happened there, right? So let's explore that for a second. Because what I might do is, actually what I absolutely will do, is I check this as, hey, if is boss active, then you cannot spawn a new boss. Just in case it has some really bizarre issues with the floor gen. Let's go like this. So right now we're just kind of farming. It's the strat. Farm. We gotta get our speed up higher. Got to get the speed higher. I'm gonna basically dump all of this next XP pool into making sure I have full health and speed. Right, so we have full health now, and we're just, you know, that way we can kite around these guys a little better. There we go. We're gonna collect just a little bit more farming stuff. Make sure our health is full for this fight that's about to come. Some defense up, some attack up, a little bit more speed. Let's grab this. Index out of bounds. Good thing we found this, right? So what's happening is oh yeah, that'll do it. We removed the body. The body isn't even there. So of course it doesn't know how to drop the XP. You know what we're gonna do? We're just not gonna let the boss drop XP. Yeah, about that. You know, there's that we can deal with later. As in, after I turn it in. But again, if anybody wants to test this while I'm playing, I can ship it out. More fingers, more hands on this, more tests, more play tests, more bugs we'll find. One thing I also want to do before the end of today is cap the movement speed and also randomize these tiles a little bit more. Yep, the main thing we want to do is just make sure more than one boss can't spawn at the same time, because what will happen is their legs will be desynced from each other, because instead of an array list of bosses, it's just one boss, you know, positions, so on and so forth. And yeah, this is actually looking pretty good. We definitely want to add, let's see, aha, right? So even in the midst of battle, we do not freeze. So yeah, what we want to do is have a boolean that says is active. We likely already have that. Actually, that is dead, since we're no longer using that. Also, we could probably just have a god position inside of that. So like, hold on. For example, this is fine. Like, absolutely fine. We just want some position though. And so inside of our boss, way down here, we could have our offset X or offset Y. These things here would update with the thingamabobs. So here, moving, whatever, yada yada yada. These guys, so offset X, offset Y. He is going to equal suppose this. Equals b dot offset x and b dot offset y, and that way inside of this we can test if the XP drop will work. It would be nice. Award the player for their hard work. Let's go back into it would be world eventually, but it's boss, and we want to check how exactly does this is dead guy work. So we want to kind of look for a spawn function here. Verify, update, draw, spawn. Counter plus plus, add legs, yada yada yada. Add body. We'll check out the add body guy. Right, so is dead should be set back to false. I wonder inside enemy here. Yeah, likely is probably the appropriate spot to do that. So we set it back to false so it doesn't keep dropping XP. But we want an active. We want something that doesn't rely on that as well. Is alive. This is gonna, should probably call that false. And we're gonna say So it's not really is alive. We should just say exists. It exists. So does it exist? Inside spawn boss. Does it exist equal true? Once it dies, inside of here, does it exist equal false? Boss dot, and then if this is the case, so world, here's my generate rooms, room counter, if the room counter increases, if this is the case, so we're gonna go like this, because no matter what, like quite literally, it doesn't matter if we reach the counter, we're always gonna reset the counter. That's fine and dandy. But we're gonna need enemies dot. So we always reset this counter, but we only spawn if this counter has reached and it does not exist. That way we don't get any weird desyncing with the links. And I'll leave a note here at the top one. Prevent legs from desyncing from boss. So we'll just kind of do a little speedy guy. So we have one boss. Ooh, shit. Gotta be careful with that crap. Ooh, damn. Oh, are we gonna circle around? Oh, we did too. And it didn't make another boss, so that's solid. So I've noticed it will circle around. It's not common. it has happened, and it's happened, I think, at least twice in the stream here. And so what I'm gonna do is go to the bathroom. If my roommate's not already in there, he might be. We'll see. And then we're gonna do some shenanigans to make sure that we can't get stuck. Let me know when you're done, and I will. Oh. No, I'm just streaming some of the game design stuff in here. What's that? I'm just streaming some of my game design stuff in here. And that's my last assignment. It's done. Yeah, coming along pretty good. Thank you for that, Joe. Sometime I'll send you Alrighty, and we're back. Alright, so some of these rooms do have a chance to circle around on each other, and I've been thinking about this problem for a little while now. And I think there is really one quick solution. So let's go to paint here, and we'll go like this, bam, bam. So the first room regen, then the other rooms are either going to look like this, 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 or this. We'll actually kind of put them around like this so I can demonstrate. The problem being, let's say first room is here, and we generate this, who then generates this, which in this case would be a go like that real quick. So yeah, let's be a little more for both. So let's say we generate this room, deletes that wall, generates this room, deletes this wall, this, and let's say the next room is up. We need to prevent that. So I'm thinking for a very simple solution without really much of an algorithm. If we go right, or if we go left, another right room must follow. So right, right. If we go up, 3 ups must follow. So, I don't know if that's exactly gonna work, but the idea would be, let's say we're here, we go up, 2, 3, 1, 2. You know, I think we only really have to do this with one direction, right? Because if we do it with both, we're still gonna have the circle around issue. Because now if we go like down and left, see, we're gonna have to keep track of these. There's certain cases like an up, right, down, up, right, down, you cannot have another up. Okay, hold on. There's different cases here. Let's actually not even draw this. Let's grab our good old notepad. So there's a few cases here. We have the right, the down, the left case. Similarly, we have the opposite of that, the left, down, right case. And so let's call this structure case 1. And then we have case 2, which is very similar, except those are ups. So do the same exact thing. So case 2 is, this would be an up. And we want to prevent this. So like, if it is this case, or if it is this case, the next room must be a certain value. So in this case, if it is either of these, so a right, down, left, or a left, down, right, the next room must be a down. In this case, the next room must be a up. Now, technically, you can argue, well, it should be another right or another left, but for simplicity's sake, since this is going to be quite the complicated case, we're going to try like this. Now, there's another case here. So if we go up, so the up and down. So if we do up, and then to the right, and then to the down, or up, left, down. So we're going to go here, call this left. So if it's either of these cases, then the next room must be down. Here, hold on. Up, right, down. Left, down, right. Yeah, I mean, must be down should be completely fine here. And we got case number 4. So case number 4 is if we go down in any of these cases, and then followed by a up. And similarly, the next one must be up. So this is, you know, the way we got this separated. This is pretty doable when we think about it like this. Always break down a large problem as simply as possible. Now let's take a look here. How can we track these? Well, in a way, we already are. So if we come down here to, because we can kind of stay out of those functions for the most part, is these. So this generate left room, that is technically what we're talking about with this stuff. A left, a down, a right, so on and so forth. So we're that room counter we can kind of use. But I'm going to have a left counter, right counter, that type of stuff. So we're going to come all the way down here. And this is probably, depending on how these tests go, this is the last of the last that we have to worry about. And that is bug testing and Turnitin. And then we do Python after a dinner break. So let's go, we have an integer. Let's do left room, and we're going to call it count. Right room, count. Top room, count. And bottom count. And for simplistic's sake, we're saying if any one of these three is +1, the next room must be a certain length, or must be the next room. Just to say that a little more clearer, if we have a right, down, or left, a right, up, a left, a up, right, and down, a down, left, and up, however you want to look at this, any one of these three, if they're all equal to 1, the next room must be the one that these aren't. Which is going to be kind of funky, but doable. So here, let's go up here. So we generate yada yada yada. So this is the left room. We're going to do left room counter. And then right here, we're going to do a right room counter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right room counter. Right here, we're going to do a top room counter. And a bottom room counter. Did I call it down? That would be interesting. Bottom room count. That's funny, because I was saying counter. All right, so we have those counts, those counters being added together. Then we're going to look over here and say because that depends on the door. That counter is going to not depend on the door. The door is going to depend on that counter. So if we come all the way up here to these crazy ass functions, we look at the door. So random door chance, yada yada. Door is new door position. So for this case, this is the top door. Okay, so top room is top door, bottom room is bottom door. That makes things pretty easy. Notice if this value has been reached. So if we're at the 9th value, if we're at 3 and we don't have a door, we can do this. However, we also have to check this last thing too. How I want to do it is up here. If left room count. So we're actually going to have an integer. We're going to call this count, and he's going to equal everybody. Right? So he's going to equal him plus him plus that. So if count, I'm not even going to do it up there. Just going to go like that. So this is that. If this is 3, then you cannot spawn a door. So if count is not 3. Because in this case, if my logic is following me, if we did we generated left, then we generated bottom, generated right. We cannot generate a top door for that. That would be 3. So you cannot generate if count is 3. So here, you cannot generate this. And count cannot equal 3. This count does not exist. Count should exist. It's probably out of scope somehow. Try to do it like this. So that's an if. Otherwise, should be fine there. Right. And so we basically want to do the same thing for everybody. So this is the bottom guy. We kind of want to have it right by this index, makes things easier to see. And count does not equal 3. Similarly, for all of these guys. We'll see how funky this gets. It could get funky. It very well could. It could break the shit. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see. So boom. Yeah, and count is not 3. So boom, 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 boom. Similarly, like that. Okay, so this count counter is going up, right? So we have 1, 2, 3. When it equals 4, boom, counter's gone for all of them. So technically want it like we'll do like a big guy down here. So it's like, yeah, we go through this stuff. I'm not gonna make variables in the update. That would be kind of atrocious. So we're gonna do main counter main counter equals so we're doing these different counts here as well. My idea is so yeah, my idea is we go like this, and then down here in the update, if main counter is equal to 4, because right when we have first room generate, second room generate, third. Yeah, interesting. So when we have to do by 2, not by 3. So bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be by 2. Because main room, 1, 2, we have to prep. Gotta prep that second room, that third room. I don't know. We'll leave it. We'll leave it for now. just in case. That's my gut feeling though. Yeah, I have a feeling that's what's gonna happen. Then we're gonna grab all these guys. And let's try it. See what happens. Okay. Interesting. Right. Because we have to prep. Has to be prepped. So let's think about the logic real quick. Counter hasn't gone up. Counter goes up by 1. Counter goes up by 2. When the counter is 2, so come all the way up here. Right. So if it's 2, prep next room basically. So count here is equal to all this stuff. It cannot equal to 2. And then we want to reset on 3. Is hopefully hopefully that would be really handy. Let's just double check in. Count is 2. Or not equal to 2. So I think we have to, at this point, this is some part of the logic that has befallen me. If we don't have a door and count is not 2, we can do this. It depends. Because once we hit that these guys, we have to have an else here, because if it is 2 and we're generating a right room, and this is the case, so let's say we went down right, so yeah, we generate this room, we're +1, we generate this room, we're +2, we hit 2. It made a door. Let's say that door is top. So we're at 2. if we hit this top door, so each one of these rooms is dependent on this. So like if we hit that top door in that case, so like up here, we're quite literally saying right now, hey, this cannot be 2, because when you hit the top door, you cannot make a top room. So it can't be 2. This depends on this stuff. It runs through here. This is then going to hit bottom. Actually, we're generating the top guy. So here, if that is not the case, this is where we're going to force a door. This is where it's going to get a little tricky. So if we went down, right, or how about, I'm trying to think of this. This is it's a little tricky to think just in the brain like this. Let's draw a picture, because I'm trying to formulate what I'm trying to say here. If we have this room, and then we have this room, and then this room. So no counter happened here. Counter went up by 1. Counter went up by 1. So now we're at 2. Let's say this door is here. If this counter's at 2, when we interact with this door, no matter what, when we interact with this door, it will spawn room left in this case. So room left must have door going down. Must. If room counters are 2. Similarly, from some vice versa scenario, if we manage to reach here and count is 2, we need to spawn, I think, a bottom door. This is where it's going to be very tricky. And we got to be careful with this else. We can't just use like a simple otherwise. Because if the random door fails, then this will hit. We want this else if count is 2. Kind of like that. Like this. Come down here. So when we generate a top room, we cannot have it generate a bottom door. just an FYI to myself. It's gotta be an is right door. Similarly, for the bottom, it's probably fine to do a is bottom, but wow. And for this guy, you are right wall or left wall? Left. Probably fine for you to default to bottom. And similarly for this next one, if count is true, default to bottom. Yo, okay. And so here, we want to check if this is 3. Because when that other room generates, it should still increment. So that's room 1, room 2. So this is room 2. Holy cow. That was cool. Nothing but doors. God damn. The reason for that is we didn't have this eye part. Let's go up here. Let's check that. That was fantastic. That was you gotta love this stuff. So here we're gonna be focusing on if I is 7. Bam. Similarly, if I is 7. That was unexpected and awesome. That was a lot of doors. So that's room 1. That's room 2. So in theory, right? So let me go like this. In theory, we're at the right wall. There we go. We got a right door. So then technically, the next door must be down. This must be a bottom door. Bottom and top. And right. Oh, what the heck? Let's check into that. That looks actually pretty fucking sick. What happened there? Damn. That moment when you're trying to do stuff for a test and your enemies are kicking your ass and you don't feel like uncommenting out everybody because you want to basically test it how other players interact with it. So you gotta keep it as normal as possible. And your enemies are actually kind of fun to fight. So you just beat the crap out of them. Getting some speed and some defense. There goes. Oh no! Okay, well, let's just kill these guys, get 1 level up, and run like hell. Run like hell. This is where we gotta be a little careful. We got Mr. Spidey guy. That's fucking nuts. Kinda like it, but damn. I mean, if it works, right? Like, we can almost not, I can't guarantee that the player's not going to get stuck. But I feel like if you got multiple doors like that, you get stuck. That's your fault for not exploring. That might be an issue though, because now we have the void. And the reason that is happening, even though as cool as that might be, slightly game breaking, is because has door. We need that has door check. So we'll run through the top. And then down here, this will prevent future doors from being flagged as like, hey, we see that count is true. Let's generate a door. But also, kind of interesting that I was doing that in the first place, considering we're adding doors. You know what? I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question it. Oh, especially since that is why. Actually, no, I mean we probably just put that there. Yeah, let's put that in the proper spot, shall we? So it doesn't look all funky. Alright. Just checking this has door stuff. So basically, once that flag is true, it shouldn't check for the other opportunity, but we'll see. So it's room 1, this is room 2. Generate me 1 room. This is a right door, so it should be bottom. Sure. Right. That is an issue. See, let's think about the logic, because I'm close, but it's not quite there. When we generate the rooms originally, it's based off offset. So like, right door would open right room, bottom door would open bottom room, so on and so forth. So if we are deciding where the door is based off of this count stuff, so let's say, hey, we hit this, we made a bottom door. The bottom door would be in that next room, so to speak. So, for example, coming up here, this will only happen if we interact with the top wall. So let's say we interact with the top wall. We're like, yo, top wall happened. We don't already have a door. This is what count is. Create a door. Has door is true. So on and so forth. Bottom wall, same difference, except we do a is bottom. Now for left, if this is the case and we don't already have a door, because I suppose this isn't, I didn't say it quite accurately. What's really happening here is inside of these room gens, we generate top, bottom, right, so on and so forth. So in the top wall scenario, or inside the generate right room scenario, we need to only focus on right walls. to be the determining factor. So this part really matters. For more clarification, I'm generating top then bottom then right for this right room. Similarly, we're top, bottom, and this left. For the top rooms, we're doing top, left, right. Bottom rooms, bottom, left, right. And so everybody here, except for the left room, has a right wall. That is one thing that is true. Everybody in this thing has a right wall except for left room. Meaning, if we look at this logic here, the counter is fine, I'm pretty sure. We come down, right, check the counter. Let's say we're generating, like this is a right door, count is 2. So we know count is 2, this is a right door we're interacting with. So it's going to generate right room, which hits top wall first. Top wall gets hit. And it goes, hey, count is 2. Let's generate a right door. This cannot happen. This can only happen on right door or right wall. Similarly with bottom, like that doesn't matter. Those cannot happen. Left wall, yes, because both left and right are going to depend on this stuff. And it doesn't necessarily mean the only time that has doors actually going to come in handy, which there is a time, is if we're generating top and or bottom walls, because that, or top and or bottom rooms. Oh, yeah, it's pretty late. Listen to my ass late at night. Oof. Good luck, especially with this logic. We're just trying to fix circling room gen, and have a great night, man. So yeah, this is gonna matter depending on if it's this room or that room. Similarly with the right wall here. But that's the only place we really need this stuff, and is bottom. So let's say we did, hey, we went bottom, right, and that spawned a bottom room. We hit it, it can be left or right. So this should be okay. Damn, got fucking one hit. Moment of truth. Hits. Put a chest in a really funky spot. And so what is the difference there? I guess the difference is the flag. Because we're flagging it as a is bottom, but we're genning it in the right spot. And also pushing the chest in a weird spot. Similarly, we need that one to be the same difference. See, that was a misconception in my logic here. I was messing up the difference between is right wall and is right room, which makes one hell of a difference because a room contains many walls, where a wall is just him. So this is that, so on and so forth. That technically, absolutely needs to be a left door. Yeah. Yeah, that should be it. And that. Let's see how well this works. So boom. Generates a right room. Boom. Generates a right room. Several chests here. Ah, damn, they're fast. I'm just testing this because I'm wondering, is it only going to be right rooms? There's no way, right? I mean, that's one way to solve circling, but also not, Hey, we found a top room. About time. Moment of truth, are we gonna circle, guys? I think we're gonna circle. Oh, if I don't die first. Oh. Damn. Ah, damn. Come on, give me some buffs. Oh. Damn. Need XP. Ah. Damn. Almost. We can get this. We're going. Come on. We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it. Come on, just... Oh, cow. Let's boogie. Man, those ghosts with the damn thing. Oh, we're gonna get his bottom. Come on. Oh! I think we're just lucked out. Yep, there it is. I think we're ready. Looks like lag to me. Yep, definitely lag. Alright. So, one thing I gotta keep in mind is we got a lot of shit on this field. Oh man. How weird is this gonna get? Yep, we're fucked. Cooked now. Right, so that XP needs a timer. That's for sure, 100%. That is definitely part of the issues for the lag. Now the circling, I will write a note to my teacher. I'll tell him, hey, I did try to figure out room circling on itself. It's a hard thing. Not sure exactly what the algorithm would be. It does like to favor that right wall. How many times we're gonna hit play and it's gonna be right? So that was bottom. What happened there? So, bottom just go, hey, yo, bottom room count increase. But why? So, we generate. Let's take a look here. We are generating our top. Right, so bottom, he was completely off, which has never happened. I'm just gonna remove that from top and bottom. And just worry about left and right with that. Because I've never encountered that bad of an offset on bottom before. Don't do it. Well, that's unfortunate. Because if we hit bottom 4, should generate the bottom room. Is a bottom door. So like we generate room, happen to be bottom. Well, that is a problem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to GitHub and I'm gonna go to my world. Scroll down. And we're gonna find this spot. We're going to copy that. Let's try to get a bottom row again. You know, it doesn't circle around enough for it to really warrant me worrying about it too much. So we'll do a file save. Thank you, GitHub, for the wonderful save that it just did. We're going to file save 5 times. I'm going to close. Actually open up GitHub Desktop. I'm going to go into my files here. Copy. Replace. And we're going to push this change. We did quite a lot of changes here. Quite a lot of different changes in a lot of different spots. Added a whole thing here, and so we're just gonna say big changes, final push for assignment, commit to main, push, and now we're just going to play test a couple times. What I'm going to do is delete this guy. And if anybody would like to test this, I would be more than happy to send them a copy their way. In fact, I'm going to go to File, Export Application. We can export it in different modes too, if anybody wants to test on Raspberry Pi. And we'll hit export. All right, so I'm gonna grab the assets, paste. We're gonna go here like new, folder, game. We're gonna grab this, the library. I believe we need, we need the Java stuff too. Yeah, very likely. We need library, Java, assets, and this. We don't need the source, because that is the actual code. We're gonna go this, compress to zip. And I'm gonna publish this onto itch very quickly. So in my other window, I'm accessing my itch stuff. Going to it'll be upload. So I already have a version of this. I just kind of want to get to. Yeah, there it is. So we want to edit that. Delete that file. Yes. Delete. Upload. Desktop. Oh, so we're uploading this game.zip to itch. I'm then going to have this as a test build. And just for anybody, how to switch from help desk to Java related field? I suppose, shit. It depends. It really depends, man. It's who you know a lot of the time, what jobs you can get, you know, how good your communication skills are. If you know Java, you know, C++, Python, Rust, Zig, Go, any of these languages, just keep applying, keep looking, make portfolio pieces, make things that showcase that you know these things, not just, oh, I know this. You gotta prove it and show it, and you know, just keep doing stuff. Whatever job it is you're looking for, I'm sure you can get it. Just takes time. Like myself, I'm doing this as just like as a side thing. I go to school for digital animation and game design, so it's kind of like something I I should do on a regular basis. Is be like, hey, you know, I'm making games. Might as well let people see it. With that said, we'll do this. You know, it's a funny thing. I probably should have tested it before I just sent it out there like that, huh? Wouldn't that be a fun thing? Oh, Jay. Thinking for balancing, probably turn down or turn up like the defense wise of the spider. Make it stronger. 'Cause right now I'm 20. Then he just eats me. Yeah. So, on that note, there's a couple things we should do for like final touches. Like final touches, very, very final finesse things. So I'm gonna get rid of that. These. First off, we're gonna spend some time in Audacity. So some of the sounds are too loud, and what we're gonna do is turn down the some of the stuff there. So we're gonna come in here. Gonna go to desktop. And so this guy here, he's a little bit too loud. So we're going to turn down his decibels. Probably like 18. Secondly, so that's a little too loud. All of these really are so file, export audio, export. So file new. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tedious to have to do for each and every one, but it's for the best. Because yeah, the audio is important, but we also don't want to sacrifice our players' eardrums. And this will keep things pretty subtle. And subtle is good. You know, a good experience is one the player didn't notice. in a sense. Like that. Ouch. And again, file new. We're going to do a file new again, and I'm going to actually come over here. Just go boop. Actually, you know what? We'll close all. Nope. Just spam that. Just so I don't have a bunch open at once. We only have a few more to go. We have the pause. So we'll turn that down. Export audio. The player hit. Way too loud. File new. Let me go in here. Export audio. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Turn that sound down, sir. File new. This is the spell. And file new. Let's go wall hit. Oof, that's sharp, huh? Wall hit, export, file new, and this is XP. Boom. All right, so now we can close all of these. Wham, bam, 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 bam. Over here in my downloads, we're going to grab all of that. I'm going to cut, come in here, paste, replace all of them, and then over in music, well, that's interesting. I thought I cut, but we'll then we'll delete. Oh yeah, it's got some funky thing there. Yeah, I forgot about that. We'll play this, and then we'll come over here, then we'll delete these. Oh, okay. Are you like... Yeah, okay, whatever. That was strange. Regardless. Right. You know, I think we turned him down too much. I ain't gonna bullshit. That's just my opinion. You know we're assuming it gets people. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. The one guy, so it's really only the music in the beginning that was super, super loud, and honestly, he's a little too quiet right now. So we'll go like this. Yep, so that's out of that guy. Out of this guy's assets. Bam. I'm only gonna mute you to like what, like a 10? $15 maybe. Right. Now we have a pause screen, which has this little effect. Ooh. I think this is the goal, right? Like, we just farm in here. We get some levels. You know, there is some finishing touches I do have to do, which is the funny part. And I'm just sitting here wailing away on the spider. Seeing if he actually gets any stronger. Kind of more or less what I'm testing right now. Oh, well, that's funky. Well. Oh, such is life. Oh. Let's see. So let's think about this. We have to cap the player speed. He cannot be X amount of fast. Otherwise, he'll like fly around like a crazy man. Probably go through walls, as I was testing a while back. A friend showed me that. And then for final touches, a couple more CSV files probably wouldn't hurt. Increase the randomization of that stuff. So let's go into let's go into like, how can we go about this? This is the current thing we're doing for movement. I kind of want to sort of change that slightly so we can cap some stuff. That was an integer, I think. Int actual speed. Come up here. And we'll say yada yada yada. Actual speed is equal to that. And if the actual speed is greater than or equal to 50 at any given point in time, then this will only equal 50. And we'll use this. So that should cap the speed. Oh. Very slow in the beginning. Hello? That should be fine. That's probably why. Yep, that makes sense. And I think we should move that back. So this is 150. Technically, we can get up to like 500 speed. Right now we're at 280 speed. Oh. Whew. Ah, damn. Come on. Come on. Ah, damn. Spawned right on me and killed me. Oh. Well, we're getting close. We're getting really, 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 really close. This has... Oh. This has improved a lot. We have a boss. We have some stuff going on, different state machines. We got items. You name it, we got it. The only thing that I want to do, I think I've said that several times, is mess around with these CSV tables. So, do I have tiled on here? I do. I don't have tile down here. Okay. These guys made a great thing. You should donate to them. Absolutely, 100%. I should as well. I haven't, but I should. I'm poor. It is what it is. This is a great program. And we're installing. We're going to launch tiled. Yada, yada, yada. New project. Doesn't even matter. We're just going to go like that. Actually, oh, I did that. Do like a new map. CSV. 30 by 20. I think that's too large. We want 20 by 16. Something like that. That's our room size. Maybe. We're about to find out. We want that tile sheet. Yeah, whatever. Save TSX wherever you want. Oh. Right. So file. I want those 16 by 16. Again. So I think we're gonna do a mixture of that. So this is a nice little tile editor. Got like this random button. Right, so you can make different room looking things. And I'm just gonna go like this, file, export as a CSV file. I'm gonna go into our folder here. I'm gonna call this 4. And then I'm gonna check some stuff. So we go into desktop, go into those folders. This is what I want to look at. You are 15 to T. Similarly, you are also 15 to T. Looks good. Looks fine. Except it wasn't the right one. That's 16 to T. Right. So, file new, new map. 20 to 15 tiles. Yep, that's fine. File, export as that guy. And now that we have the right tile size, we're going to do this again. We're going to go, give me this tile, and that tile. Randomize between you. File, export as 5. And one last one. Boom, boom. Go like this. And voila. File, export as, and we want 6. All right, so this is nice in a way, right? Like I got to export my CSVs pretty quickly. I get to store them here like this. Inside of our asset manager, we can just add tables. So this would be 4, 5, and 6. And how this is currently set up is depending on what tables we have is what tables we'll use. So if we go like that, hit play, this is how that floor is going to look every time. Yeah, it's not exactly what I designed in the other, but you get the point. We have some randomization there. And so we can just pass those guys in and have a little bit more floor variations as we play. And with that, I think it's a good time to call it. I mean, I got a game. The game works. We have collisions. We got death. We got XP. We have sound effects. We have particles. We have a level up system. We have a pause menu. We have a difficulty timer. We have a boss. We have random floor generation. We have random room generation with different wall types. Is any of it perfect? No. Would it ever be perfect? Of course not. No, we're humans. This is a computer. But am I happy with it? Oh yeah. This turned out very good. It's pretty fun to play. Yeah, you know, enemies can get stuck on the outside. Is what it is. That's one thing. Before we just call it, XP needs a timer. That's like, we can't just let that shit lie around. So way down here. Yada yada yada. If XP is active, yeah, right. So is there a timer here? Perfect. We'll just borrow this timer, and we will just say, come up here. Every time it hits 40 seconds, anytime we got XP on the field, and I suppose we'll do it more like this. So for droppable XP, XP in, XP drop. That's spelled droppable. Oh, capital XP. All right, so every 40 seconds this should happen. Should set them to false. If they're false, they should die. So what we're gonna do, go like this, spawn a bunch of XP on the field. So we're not gonna touch it. Best of my ability. pick up a little bit of it. Right. There it is. So now we don't have to worry about that. So that's just going to clean itself up. Technically, should it have its own life timer? For sure. For sure. You don't want it relying on a different timer, so if you're about to pick it up and it literally just spawned and it already dies, like, right? So it 100% should have its own timer. So I'm going to say here, yes, XP should have its own lifetime timer, but this works for now. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna turn in. Yeah, I'm hungry, thirsty. I'm gonna take a break. And then I'll probably come back to this off stream and take a good look at it before I release. But yeah, thanks for hanging around, guys.